Hezké dobré ráno, dámy a
Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll soon start. Would you please sit down, settle down? Hopefully you can hear us. I also hope that those queuing for coffee can hear us. We are just about to start. Thanks for coming. Today, things seems to be more positive. The sun is shining, so hopefully the last couple of days that were really unpleasant are over. So hopefully we'll have a thought-provoking agenda, undoubtedly. Well, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you most cordially on the occasion of the fourth FutureEdu conference, Leadership for the Future of Education. My name is Prosipa, I'm Brigita Bekova, and we shall moderate this day. We will not be interested in technical or organizational changes related to education, but we will seek to have from experts from abroad and the Czech Republic about the necessary changes in the educational policy in the years to come or decades to come. Our conference has got the goal to present visions of the future education and also to share ideas and visions from abroad. We shall hear about Bob Cardos now about the visions. Well, good morning to. I'd like to thank both the moderators for the introductions. Well, 4 years ago, we decided to hold some sort of an event focused on a long-term horizon of education and training. As you know, education does impact the future of the society. If the society has foundations and potential to tap, well, that's people, human beings. We don't have any more in this country, and there will not be any more. Therefore, sophistication, cultivation, culturing of the society is a must. And we are living in turbulent times. Therefore, we decided 4 years ago to have a look into the future. And I appreciate that we are holding this international conference that further elaborates on our original plan. So it's not yet another local meeting, which is of course interesting, but focuses usually on subtle details, while in cooperation with our foreign partners like the British Embassy this year, we can have a look into the future together with our partners who are more advanced. Last year we had the Danish experts, now we have the British ones. Thank you for coming. I do hope you will enjoy the day, have an enjoyable experience, and thought-provoking networking or meetings. And I hand over the floor to the moderators again. Thank you. Thank you. Bob mentioned the partners without whom we could not hold this event. I wish to thank them to begin with. So, the Domzahraniční House of International Cooperation for PricewaterhouseCoopers, then Content, etc., British Embassy, Prague, in media partners CSAT, Řízenškoly, and Edu Revi. And we should also share some housekeeping issues in Business Hub Opera, which is the fourth venue, or for the fourth time, the venue of this event. We are fully booked. And we also wish to say hello to our listeners or viewers who follow the stream. We shall speak both in the Czech and English language. Whoever needs interpretation can grab the headsets. Is it all? To begin with, perhaps let's go through the timetable of today. We have very tight agenda. We'll have speakers from abroad as well as Czech speakers, 3 panel discussions. We shall discuss leadership in one of the sessions and AI, what does it mean to be a leader in non-formal education. So you can also look forward to one of the workshops which will be about improving communication through high tech. So obviously, we have already spoken for too long. So let's start. A leader or a guide, that's the first topic, transformation of the role of the teacher in the world of new tech or high techs. Let's give a warm welcome to Mikuláš Bek, who is the Minister of Education, Youth and Sports, under the auspices of which the event is also held. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank for the invitation to this event, and I will be slightly provocative, and I apologize because I will then have to leave. In the Chamber of Deputies, the new act on education is to be discussed, and these days are pretty turbulent, so I have unfortunately other duties which make it impossible for me to stay with you throughout the day. But there will be a couple of colleagues of mine staying throughout the day, so they will then update me. So let's talk about leadership and other concepts. But I will start by expressing words of acknowledgement for those who prove being leaders. I spoke to a radio broadcasting station, and there was the principal or head teacher of Litvínov school, and he obviously was clear about saying that older children will go and help with tackling or responding to the damages caused by the floods and gale. Well, leadership in schools, well, it's something I approach slightly hesitantly and with and being skeptical. Influencer, for instance, is a term that we use for people who just gather likes and income from ads on social media. We have got thousands of influencers who don't influence anything but the situation on social media only. Leader, well, in schooling, there again, there is a bit of inflation of that. I don't want to open a deep or thorough discussion about the structure of our schooling, but you know that 1 in 15 teachers is the head teacher who has got those, 15 teachers, cleaning lady, the janitor, and we immediately call these people leaders. That's okay, perhaps, but this does not seem to be sort of appropriate. We oftentimes kind of use this term leader in order to avoid some of the difficult semantic situation. Leader can be leader, vůdce in the Czech language. It sounds a bit dangerously, or head, like a head of a shopping center or shopping mall. So I believe, also service store, we shouldn't overuse this term of leader when talking about situations that are challenging, responsible, or with accountability, but simply it's a name of a position or a post at school. When we have got, as to teachers, we have got 160,000 teachers in regional schooling or education system. And the situation that prevails now is a kind of situation of crisis of the traditional role of the teacher. Education as well has been impacted by precarity or disrespect in a way. And the relationship between parents and teachers has changed immensely. So it's not easy to find a new kind of policy or approach, and it's certainly far from being simple to face the students. Well, the views of approach or how to perceive a teacher simply is there are multiple approaches. One of the meaning of this Wutzel leader, what you cannot practice any longer. That's the concept of the teacher that is the owner of knowledge that he imparts in children, being 100% sure that he has the knowledge. When I was a kid, I had a geographic teacher whom I'm really grateful still, because he talked about the deposits of gold in Australia, Calgary and Colgardale. Until a couple of weeks ago, I learned that at the time she was teaching to us, it was already a ghost town with no gold mining anymore. But I still remember it, so I'm grateful to her. This concept of a teacher or teaching as such and its role is exposed to immense erosion. So we are looking for other alternatives. Richthofen refers to teachers as guides. And it's well-meant effort to give up this authoritative role and to describe or define the role of a teacher differently. But it is also risky. This summer, we went to Pompeii with the family and had a guided tour, and I heard such banalities in the English language which were hardly bearable or tolerable. Those guides also frequently are not well educated to tell the truth. And so it's not real Bildung, as the Germans say. And the metaphor of a guide is riddled with risks. I would encourage you to look for yet another alternative to a guide or leader. Let's find some assistance in English. Somehow it might be great to call teachers seekers. That means people who seek knowledge, who look for knowledge that is not prefabricated, because the prefabricated knowledge will sooner or later be delivered through technologies, and this will be evident in the language teaching, because we will not have to make our students memorize words or pronunciations. The AI will certainly help us with that. And the teacher will tend to be the seeker of the meaning of the text. Seeker, perhaps, is a good description or close of description of a teacher. I might not, disdain or leave or criticize the role of a guide or a leader, but perhaps I would add or supplement it with this role of a seeker that will assume ever more importance in this current world of technologies like AI and better equipped classrooms and which will give a chance to the teacher to focus on the immensely important things. I want to share a positive example. Recently, I consulted my university, so to say, pal, who is focused on geography of our education program. And she said they were discussing how to simply include satellite data into geography teaching, how to teach students to read the data and apply it or use it, work with it. Perhaps these data helped us cope with the floods now a lot. A couple of years ago, many people would not believe weather forecasters or meteorologists, but they do now. So I would add this secret to the guide or leader concepts. I wish you a very fruitful and enjoyable day. Hopefully, I'll manage to join you during the part of reception at the British Embassy. And I'm sure since these times are times of transformation of teachers, head teachers as well as politicians. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for attending the first part. I know we are living in very dramatic times, and we understand you have to go to the session in the parliament. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are still some seats here in front, or you can take seats upstairs. I can still see seats which are not occupied, so don't be shy.
Another special guest who is joining us today, and it's British Ambassador to the Czech Republic, Matthew Field. Your Excellency, welcome, and it's a great honor having you here, and the floor is yours. Matthew Field.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. This is a brilliant topic. The future of education is incredibly relevant and vital right now. In the UK, we're going through a process as well of looking afresh. We have a new government. That government is absolutely determined to make sure that our education system is continuing to adapt and change and is ready for all those challenges in front of us. But before all of that, I just want to say, teachers are amazing. Teachers are great. I think teachers do fantastic jobs. I see through my own children that amazing ability to tap into their energy and their enthusiasm. I've actually worked as a teacher myself for a few years, so I also know that teaching is tough. Teaching is difficult, especially when you're trying to teach English. Apologies for the complexities of the English language. But it's incredibly important work, and I just wanted to share a couple of things from my own experience, not just of education, but maybe also of the non-formal side of education as well. I was never one of those children that knew exactly what they wanted to be. So I wasn't 8 years old dreaming of being a diplomat. I really wasn't sure, and so what I did through the formal education system was I followed where my interest took me. So I ended up studying religious studies first up. I did a semester in Sweden on the Erasmus program. I ended up moving to Japan and then coming back and doing a master's in Japanese studies. I did a master's in business administration. So I was kind of changing all the way, all of these different things. And I guess, how did that prepare me for the job that I'm doing today? Well, I mean, really, what I think all of those education opportunities gave me was the ability to respond and adapt to new challenges and new situations and new contexts. When I get asked what makes a good diplomat, I tend to tell people it's curiosity. It's curiosity more than anything else that really helps do the job well. The fact is that none of us can see education as a process that ends when we step outside of the classroom or the university or the school. if we stop learning, when we stop being students, we just won't be able to cope, we won't be able to adapt, and we won't be able to succeed in a world in which, frankly, change is constant. And when I look around sort of in my own career, the people who I think have been really successful have been the ones who have been able to continue to learn and to adapt. So, you know, through that process, I've always thrown myself into some of those extracurricular activities as well. So the opportunities outside of the classroom, student newspapers, sports teams, all different things. This interest in working with different cultures, different countries all around the world. And actually, this reminds me, one of the pieces of research that I find really interesting and keep thinking about is a famous piece by Carol Dweck and her colleagues at Stanford. And they did research about how our own beliefs about ability can affect the performance of students. And this is with a group of students that they studied over many years. So essentially what they discovered was that when you give feedback which encourages a fixed mindset, when we emphasize characteristics or talent or intelligence, actually performance goes down over time. When you give feedback which encourages a growth mindset, when we emphasize effort and hard work, improvement goes up over time. So you praise the ability and you undermine it. You praise the effort and you watch it grow. And of course, neuroscience is very clear on this. The brain is plastic. The brain can adapt and form new connections. It can increase in its strength through practice. And really, that for me is very relevant day to day because I try to apply that growth mindset to everything that I do. And I can find myself in those sort of internal conversations as well. Instead of thinking, I can't do it, it's I can't do it yet. And that's a big difference. That's a really big difference. And you can see that and you can apply it, and I apply it all the time. So, you know, I don't understand how AI is going to change my job yet. I can't speak Czech really well yet. So these are the small differences, but I think they are important. I think also in the work that we've done here, as an example, this sort of non-formal side. A year or so ago in the embassy, we were talking and we found that we were talking about young people a lot, but we weren't really talking to young people very much. And I was mentioning this to our guest Howard as well earlier today. So I thought we would see if we can maybe get a group of youth advisors together, some people that could help me understand a bit better what young people in the Czech Republic were interested in. And we were looking for maybe 10. So we were hoping we would get 10. So we put the call out, hoping to get 10 places, 10 people. We had 448 applications for that. And each of those applications had brilliant examples of what they were doing in their lives or the challenges that young people were facing. And so I read all of those 448 applications, which was a long but great weekend. And it gave me a real insight also to the things that are on young people's minds. And this group meets once a month. What I hope that they get out of this sort of non-formal process is the opportunity to meet with peers from across the country, to talk to me, some leadership skills, these things. But really, most of the learning is being done by me. So I benefit from that process, from hearing from them, from testing my ideas, and the opportunity to interact directly with young people. So it's been, you know, a great investment of time, hopefully on both sides. I was also really pleased when I came here to the Czech Republic to see that the Duke of Edinburgh Award is very big as well. And now I think we're up to maybe 10,000, Gabrielle here, so 10,000 young people involved in the Duke of Edinburgh Award. And for those that don't know it, I mean, the Duke of Edinburgh program is fantastic. It's for 14 to 24-year-olds. They can go through the stages of bronze, silver, gold. They're helping their communities and the environments. They're training or completing expeditions. They are developing new skills. They're testing their leadership ability. But really what that program, that non-formal education program does is it helps people develop their self-esteem and their confidence. This is exactly the kind of transferable skill that all of our young people especially need. So it was great to see it doing so well here. Just to finish quickly with a couple of last thoughts. the fact is, none of us knows what tomorrow is going to look like. The rate of change in the world right now is kind of terrifying. The speed with which things are developing, the impact of new technologies. So none of us knows what exactly we're preparing people for. But when we can build, develop open minds, when we can teach enthusiasm, and enthusiasm to learn especially, we know that that's the best preparation for the challenges that we do have in front of us. And it is precisely those people who are able to learn new skills, who are able to work with people who are different from themselves, who are able to see change not as a threat, but as an opportunity. So these are the people who are going to be successful. So tomorrow really does belong to the creative problem solvers. I mean, it belongs to the people with growth mindsets, and it really does belong to the lifelong learners. So thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I will look forward to seeing lots of you, hopefully, at the British residence at the end of the day. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Se přesuneme na první panelovou diskuzi dnešního dne, takže...
And now the first panel debate, Marketa will invite her guest panelist, and maybe she'll be leading instead of saying chairing. Maybe I'll be the curious seeker. So what does it mean to be a leader in education? We have Pavel Škrabník, Marie Gottfriedová, Jitka Kmentová. Please come on stage. So, we have heard that every 15th teacher is a headmaster, 1 out of 15, but you are really very unique, and it's nice you can be with us. What was your personal motivation to become headmasters, headmistresses, and to lead, to run the institution? I know this is quite a long time when you started. In that position. Some of you have left it, in fact. So who will be the first to speak and tell me, so what did you think about when you started? Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope we'll enjoy our time here in Prague. Well, so I'm really thinking about it. It's 20 years ago. And so I've been a headmistress for 20 years at the primary school of Třemice. So to tell you what was the thought at the beginning, well, everything, there was just emptiness, no thoughts at the time. And it was just by accident that I got this position. I had other dreams. I thought I would be a doctor going to Africa, curing lepers, founding leprosariums, leper colonies. So then I got to Třemice somehow, to the primary school, and I thought, well, this is just for some time, and I'll gather a big experience, which I may then use somewhere in Africa. And as you see, this is what happened. Sometimes life changes our plans. But I must say that very soon I discovered that this, in fact, had been a very good thing, and that to be at the Třemice school today, I think that this is a much better position for me than if I traveled to Africa. So I became the headmistress of the school. There was, in fact, no one else could apply for the job. But in fact, there were no visions but intuition led me. So that was a very kind of human thing. That was the line that I followed, so that we created a nice place at our school that we could enjoy it, both the school children and the teachers. And then, as for my intuition, I added other studies and experience from my colleagues, and that's how it happened. Okay, so the vision came later because Pavel Škrabník, in an interview for EduRevy, said that headmaster must have a strong vision. Did you have this strong vision? I didn't. So the vision came later. Yes, it came later. It's similar, like in Mary. I got to Litvinov in the north, and it was a kind of accident which lasted until this year. I left the position, but I stayed there for 22 years. At first, I was a teacher, then I became a headmaster, and I was the only one who applied for the position. No one wanted to be a headmaster. But I enjoyed teaching, and I was in a very small school. There were about 40 kids. Now 10 of them are in England. They were Roma school children, and their parents left for England. So I had to establish the position of the school. A teacher teaches about 15 hours a week, and then has to do the headmaster's job as well. I was fortunate. I had great colleagues, but I cannot say that I had a vision at the beginning. I was definitely not prepared. All headmasters in that role, I would wish them not only to have a vision, but to be better prepared personally and in terms of skills. We'll get to the skills, and Jitka, your story, what were your expectations? I, in fact, got this role. That was, I guess, fate. I didn't really influence it. I have been a teacher all my life. So I had lots of experience, and when I happened to be at a secondary school, when we wanted to really create an interesting school, both for students and teachers, in the 90s, I was younger, so I remember that time it was all very spontaneous. We started and we tried a lot of things, and at one moment I thought, well, with this headmaster, we cannot really progress. So I felt like building a school where it should be enjoyed by both children and teachers, which should make sense. So I was selected, and my vision was this school has to be meaningful for everyone. I was not prepared, I was naive. I thought everything could be done very fast. So I lost a lot of time in the transformation of the school. But later I became stronger, and now when I was leaving in June, saying goodbye to my school, I felt that now everything was fulfilled. It's a school of students and teachers, and that I see as a big gift in my life. So that's great. You are three very important headmasters, but you really didn't seek out this position, but then you were successful. So speaking about leadership, or guidance. Pavel, you coach leaders. Now, how would you define a pedagogical leader? Well, maybe I wouldn't use that term. I'm thinking about who is a leader. And as the Minister Beck said this morning, should we really distinguish? For 22 years, I was the headmaster, and sometimes I was in the role of a manager, sometimes I was the pedagogical leader, sometimes something else. So when we think of who is the one leading the school, it should be a good headmaster, because a good headmaster is a strong personality, knows himself, herself, and can lead others, but must know himself or herself. If it's a strong personality, then he or she can really play strong roles. They are leaders, these people, they are managers who must make very strong decisions. But in the first place, the headmaster is a strong personality that can play various roles at various times with energy and assuredness. Marie, does the headmaster, headmistress also affect the climate of the school so that everyone looks forward to going to school and fulfilling one's potential? Well, definitely. The headmaster is a moving force affecting the atmosphere of the school. So I may say, in other words, what Pavel has said, that every leader, and I want to say that the notion, the term leader, is seen by me as something else than a manager or someone like a kind of director. I see it that there should be kind of spiritual transcendence. That person should aim higher. And every leader always starts with himself or herself as a human being. So all leaders are human beings which think, behave in a way, act in a way. Human beings which have a character, and this is the essence. And as people, that's where we begin. And this is reflected in everything else that we do in all our professions, no matter whether we are leaders or shopkeepers, shop assistants, scientists. We always start at our roots, our human substance, which is not derived from our education, success, or social position, or everything we have achieved, what we own, how much money we make. But it's all based on the human substance, what we are like people, like individuals. And that's reflected in everything. That's like our business card, only with our name, no titles, no CVs and achievements and lists of successes. We always start with our human substance, human foundation. So I dare say that this is the knowledge I came to. And a good leader, and also a good hairdresser, scientist, or bricklayer, they must, in the first place, be really a good person, moral person of character. That's not what we can do without. That's the foundation. Because the character will always be more than education, no matter how important education is. And also, your inner honesty and decency will be more than charisma. Adolf Hitler was very charismatic. So, also, you must be trustworthy. It's always more than being eloquent or the capacity of rhetoric, because always you must start with yourself as a human being. And you cannot get around it. So I am going back. I apologize. Maybe it seems that when speaking about leadership, I start from very far away. But you must start with yourselves. So to go back to the question, well, but I think I have answered it really. That the leader, headmaster at school, that's a person that affects the climate by what this person is like.
By his approach, or the way he approaches and handles students, his peer teachers, and how he acts not only when being seen, but also when not being seen or followed and observed. And that influences us greatly. That is us. In the times where nobody's looking, it is the real, genuine us. And what we are like, especially at schools, we don't really realize how much kids or pupils mirror us, how, so to say, they follow, observe us closely, even when we think they couldn't care less. No, we are the biggest, so to say, most authentic, or the greatest and most authentic teachers when we face them as human beings and when we are worth a lot. In other words, when we are delivering and performing and being ethical. Thank you for that answer very much. I can say that it is like that. This is the environment at your school. It was a real treat, and I somehow wonder how easy it is to start with little things like, headmaster's office, door being open to children, to everyone to freely come in. And you mentioned that one has to start with him herself. I thought of Mrs. Sabliga, another headmaster who said he was suddenly not afraid of being surrounded by people who are more qualified or better than him, and to let people apply or show their full potential. What do you do for to enable your pupils and your colleagues actually grow and develop? How to develop strong characters or personalities? Well, it is the headmaster or principal who decides about the landscape or environment in any given school. When I was a teacher, they would always say, well, what sort of a class teacher you have, or the class teacher is the same as the class. She is the decisive or a determinant of the quality. And the same applies to the headmaster. Now, to answer or try to answer your question, well, I believe that the headmaster should respect each and every person at school. The headmaster should simply build on their skills and strengths and give them space to grow and develop. And that's enough, because majority of adults who go to school or who work in education or at schools want to deliver. They want to be high performers. They are motivated a lot because they do enjoy their work. The pupils or students present them with challenges, and once they have an opportunity to grow and develop, they do so. And this is where the headmaster should support them. So he doesn't have, or she doesn't have to be the greatest. I like very much this translation of the pedagogical leader. It should be the first learner, which is true. Because as long as the headmaster is studying or learns, also the teachers learn, and they then teach the kids, and children teach us. In other words, it is a closed circle, which is meaningful. And I believe that once this energy or flow of energy assumes a momentum, the headmaster doesn't have to worry about his strong position. He's merely a member of this, so to say, circle of flow, and he has some powers that give him a chance to influence it, perhaps a bit, but that's it. But also, teachers have lots of educational programs, platforms, coaching, mentoring, all that they can tap or use. And I wonder what they expect if they attend. Who do you mean, teachers or headmasters? Well, whoever, both. Well, I'm going to talk about the same thing. They need to get to know themselves. I believe it is not enough to just seek knowledge and skills acquisition. I have the following experience as well as my colleagues. As long as the headmaster or teacher knows him herself and experiences inner transformation of a kind, as long as she is open to new things, then a magic happens. You know, skills and knowledge will simply occur. But I sometimes have got the feeling that we start from the other end, or from the further end. In other words, we want the teachers and headmasters to be equipped with all the skills and knowledge, but we don't go into sufficient depth. We had a while ago about the necessity to have fewer topics, but explore into the depth. Transformation accompanying or guiding, coaching, well, facilitates this. In other words, those interested or committed to development can then achieve it. Well, so start, with yourself, not to restrict oneself to kind of superficial learning, but go into the depths. But now, what sort of opportunities or a chance does the headmaster have to influence the life of the institution? You have this program, unique program, and you included, you added some sort of new element to your school. Well, it wasn't me only. It was a shared work or work of us all at school. And it happened as follows. A number of group of teachers simply approached me saying, well, we have got a wonderful educational program with a plethora of great ideas, but we don't have a feeling that we can always somehow deliver. So we started thinking about how to teach. Why do we want to teach in a specific way? And a new educational program came to birth. I mean, it took several years, of course, before it was all done and ready. And listening to Lucy's presentation, I thought, well, if my colleagues had what she was saying, that exactly confirmed our approach. We don't have to teach those many pieces of topics or information, but we should go into more depths. And in Alta, we decided to explore things in depth and to seek our relations and relationships, and also to enable them to learn more in those soft skills. And we also have a new subject about personal characters or what of an individual. And short story, I recall I teach open space, which is an opportunity for students to implement their project. And one student said that she specializes in physiotherapy of horses, practicing it in field and life. So she has to actually be assured that in order to gain confidence and to be able to convince people of its meaningfulness. So that's yet another element. And we also open the door to out-of-school activities. We let them go out and learn from other people rather than only learning at school. And that's essential, I believe. What was it like when you introduced that for the first time? Well, we were extremely humble and responsible in our approach. And we told the teacher, the parents, that we will learn it with you. And thank God their feedback was great, not always pleasant or positive, but we wanted to learn from their feedback. Was this opening up to the outer world? That means letting children participate in the life of their surroundings, but also letting the parents in the school. So how does it work? We have to include the parents into this triangle. Well, pretty soon what do you do in Tramisa? Well, pretty soon we realized we needed the parents as cooperating partners. Not merely those whom we overwork with lots of obligations, duties, delivering lots of pieces of paper and lists of what they are to buy, and then criticizing them for not having bought that in time. But we try to be their partners in our common efforts aimed at the development of their child. And this is again the topic we've been talking about all the time. We want to encourage the child to discover, identify strengths, weaknesses, in order to become a good leader for herself one day. And when the school tries to do that or exerts efforts to achieve this, and sometimes we are not that successful in our cooperation with the parents. So when the school does it on its own, yes, it does have some sort of impact or effect. Yes, it is meaningful. But when you manage to concert efforts or combine efforts with the parents and to be on the same, so to say, deck. We are now sailing on an ocean liner, or what that's called. That's some sort of a project, and we talked about the common deck or board of a ship, who is welcome, who is invited to come to the board. And when you manage to get the parents committed and engaged, well, that's just smashing success. And even if to begin with you have got the feeling that things are not working properly and that it's all in vain, well, it then succeeds. With parents, I would speak about one important feature which has something to do with the leadership and the dimension of leadership or abilities of a leader, since each and every teacher, as far as I know, in his work or conduct and performance oscillates around two concepts which may at first sight seem to be very, so to say, remote or distant from each other, namely power and service. And the essential thing is, whether you are a teacher or headmaster, to identify what, or to discover what my power is based on, what does it consist in. It's not me coming and bashing the table and saying, well, this is the way things will be done. I've thought it all over and I've just decided, I've made this decision and I've got the power to do so. Well, this can be done by each and every one. But a real or genuine leader knows that his, her power consists in the ability and skills or the talent to inspire, to motivate, to lure, because those people wish to do this or that. And the people will then be willing to follow without actually realizing that someone wanted that it someone, so to say, nudged them to do it. And the same applies to the second concept of service. I liked in Yitka's statement that she was a leader. It wasn't me, but us. And she said it was something we have achieved together. So the major word of a leader is not me or I, but us. Common work is the essential thing. And the major or most important tool of a leader is not the mouth, but ears, because I'm listening. And that's what the parents have to clearly feel. They shouldn't perceive us as some sort of institution or authority that, overwhelms them with tasks or assignment, criticizing them and threatening with sanctions or penalties, etc. But and this is true not only for parents, but in any sort of relationship. We need partnership based on trust. And whenever this is the fact, you have one, it's a success story, and magics may happen. And this is the situation when you have got some emails threatening with bomb attacks, when the scared parents come to school, and we discuss it with them, and frequently we manage the situation in such a way that they leave relaxed and with trust in us not taking the child away with them. But that requires respect, recognition of the parents as a partner whom we need and whom we will not judge or assess by our measure, but whom we simply accept as he is.
And we always send out signals to the parent saying, yes, you are welcome here, we need you. This is something that should also be on this line teacher-pupil, because all these relations, that was quite painful in the PISA survey, where we were the worst country, in fact, in terms of communication, because we are speaking about relationships, also a kind of relationship to oneself, and that is really the foundation of success. So I would like to know something about the new situation in your lives, Jitka and Pavel. So you spend a lot of time and energy in your positions, but now you are experienced leaders. So how can we collaborate with you systematically, because you can pass on your experience? You spend a lot of time teaching, and now what can we do? How can you help us when educating future leaders? This topic was quite important for me, and already at the time when I was still running the school, and I was thinking, so much experience, so what can I do when I retire? Work in the garden or pass on the experience? Unfortunately, I'm a member of the team of guides of the program Headmaster for Life, which helps new headmasters and their deputies to find some new ways. Also, I'm involved in the program called the School Leader, which helps mainly the beginning headmasters, those who are getting prepared for that position. And I believe I can think of how to pass on the experience and how to also support my colleagues and make them better. That makes sense, and I think these programs are very successful and also promoting the entire Czech education system. Also, I'm now living a new experience of a headmistress who has left the school, but I'm still at the school because this year I'll still stay there as a teacher. And I am very glad that everyone likes to see me. And also, I help the management so that the new headmistress can really learn all the skills. She didn't have the experience. She should learn everything what she should do. So I am really a guide for the teacher. It's not always easy. And I believe it's the way, because in other countries these opportunities open up. In our country, this is just a matter of choice. But in the group where all three of us here are present, we are debating how to really create new managements of schools and how to support the new headmasters. That's what's happening to me. Pavel? It's very similar. For 22 years, I was a headmaster, the last 20 years at the same school. So I was thinking about the meaning of what I was doing, and I thought that 20 years in one position, although I like that school very much, my friends there, and the background, and I could stay there for another 10 years. Still, I decided to find a new meaning somewhere else. So it's a big topic, leaving. When should one leave? And also, for me, is that the right moment? I understand that the leader should also think of that step. Am I still useful for my institution, my school? Is a school useful for me? And after 20 years, I thought, well, my mission is somewhere else. So with great pleasure and also being prepared, I left my school and I could work continuously with the future headmaster. I'm still available if he needs me, can do some mentoring, because I still, in fact, stay at the school only part-time. But I'm not the one who would promote his visions. It's now the school run by someone else, but I'm still available as a mentor. I'm now thinking what the new management will want. I'm thinking of the role. How can I be useful for the organization? And I am thinking of how, after 30 years in education and 20 years at that school, how can I be useful? Sometimes we are asked, to think of special tasks. I like that. I like to be a coach and a mentor. That's a type of support that can really be of transformational character. So I also collaborate with the academy, which does long-term training for teachers. So we also deal with the personalities of educators and their transformation. That's a new mission. And the topic of leaving, that's my new topic. Abroad, successful headmasters are asked to become headmasters somewhere in another region where they could help, but it's not in our system. So here the practice is that the teacher sort of grows to the position of deputy headmaster and becomes headmaster. But because the Czech Republic is small, so the migration is not really very big. Would you pick up this offer to go to a school that doesn't work very well? Would you go there? Well, I'm thinking about your question. I think one reason why we, the educators in our republic, do not really migrate very much is because migration is not, or this mobility is not very frequent, or maybe there are not good terms for it. In France, for example, the headmaster spent 6 years in a school and then he knew he would not be there, and so he and his family moved to another region in France. because to be a headmaster was his role. But here, it's not the trend, or we are not prepared. I remember after 70 years in my position, I thought if I started again, I would do things differently. So that's what you are asking about. Yeah, it would be painful if they said, now you can go away, someone else will carry on, and you go to another school. But maybe at that moment, I would be more useful in a new place because with a clean head and my acquired experience, I could help another school. That doesn't mean it wouldn't be painful. I think it was really great to develop our school and to leave it quite joyfully, because what I wanted to be there, the roots Marie spoke about, the roots will stay. Because both teachers and students appreciate them. So it would be a difficult decision. But that's also a way. Babel? I can just add that maybe we stick to our role, but if we are strong, then we don't have to really stick to it. So I can be a mentor or a coach, and then I can become headmaster if I feel it makes sense to a particular school. So we don't really have to stick to a role. We can be headmasters and teachers, then do something else, and really get a kind of overview, and we can go back to our roles. But we don't just have to say, this is what I'll do forever. When I was in the town of Litvinov, there are 5 schools, and I realized it doesn't really matter where the kids go. They are from that town, and it's good if each school is great and each child has a great teacher. So we should also look beyond the borders of our classrooms and schools and see the system as a whole. And each pupil should be our pupil, and then they could all have great headmasters and educators. What about this career order for headmasters? Is it absent? Yes, we really need it. I am not a fan of directives and standards and all this administrative work. I am rather creative, and I have to be in touch with people. I need this breath of life, not just paperwork. But we live in a system, and some norms, standards are there. And they also follow values that can be useful. We need these standards. So, in this category, I see the career order as something that could be helpful, and it could be like a kind of jumping board for future search. And it could also be a visible point. It would point to where we should focus our attention. So we have all, on the basis of our experience, we've all spoken about it. If today we started again, we would start differently. But when we started, we did it intuitively, but we were still, seeking the way. So very often I'm thinking, if someone from the headmasters, beginners, ask me, how should I begin? what would I say? Well, maybe I should take a shortcut, or I would avoid mistakes or things that weaken you and that you discover, sometimes even painfully. But someone can prepare you or point out these troublesome moments and be your guide, and that is really very precious. So we have the last 10 minutes, so maybe let's be optimistic. Our education system says we don't have enough headmasters. We have 1.4 applicants, candidates. No one wants to become the headmaster. So how should we change it? How long do we have a headmaster in a school? According to the Czech Inspection Authority, well, 10. And the average age, 55 years. The primary school, 56 at the secondary school. So that's how it is. And in terms of gender, I don't know. The Czech authority doesn't collect data. Maybe there are more women at primary schools. So if we wanted to change the trend and to bring some fresh blood, what would be the benefit? How would you motivate people? On the job, there is also the burnout syndrome and so on. We say it's so difficult for headmasters, they are alone for the decisions and so on. But isn't it a good opportunity? So what would you offer to them? What kind of perspective? Why should they apply?
Or why not? I want it to be positive, but I don't want to be leading. Well, the role of a teacher and headmaster is sort of rare and unique and specific in many ways, but if you compare it to other professions, well, whether it has any significant potential, then it is the ability to change or transform the world. I tend to be pathetic, but or perhaps sentimental, I guess she means. But I'm convinced that a good teacher may change one's life or a person's life. It can turn your life upside down in the positive way. It can simply touch you or approach you with something that you will never forget, that you will carry as a precious pearl, and one day you will leave this world with this valuable thing, and that's the power inherent in us teachers, and it is our duty to be aware of that, to know it. When I asked the first grader, why do you think kids, I'm here at school, why do you think, and the headmaster here, they don't certainly think about leadership and God knows what, but in a couple of seconds they start telling me, well, in order for the school to be good, in order for us to enjoy, to learn a lot here, in order to have fun and laugh a lot, they don't simply muse or reflect on it in a lengthy way, but they actually express the essence or the meaning of the position of a headmaster in this manner. And when I ask the teacher students why, the same question, why is a teacher at school. But they lack enthusiasm. They say, well, all of them tend to say, well, he's there to complete tables, write reports, present it to inspectorate, is exposed to many inspections. And the more courageous ones say he has his head on the wooden block because she is responsible for just about anything and everything that happens there. And we have to instill these future potential leaders with the perspective of a child. That means that the headmaster is a person, is a human being that creates something precious, that changes or transforms the world and has an impact on people's lives. Papers, tables, no. That can be done or completed by experienced secretary. But the headmaster is the person who touches the human heart and spirit or psyche and transforms the world. Thank you, Maria. Mary, I, of course, have to agree, but I would add one more thing, seemingly unrelated. Yes, to see each and every child at school, and that is what I would share with the applicant for headmaster's position. It's one of the works that is meaningful because here and now you are building the future. But the headmaster is not the teacher. He doesn't even have to be the best teacher. Well, a headmaster, so to say, leads the adults, and that's what we should see. And he is the person who is exposed and whose head is on the wooden block and who completes papers, offers in papers. It doesn't mean that he should somehow forget to support each and every child, but his role is to support the teachers, to support the adults, be the first to learn, and at the same time offer a vision to the school and to the adults, that is teachers, who then share it with children. And yeah, I agree. And I mean, if I am to answer this vis-a-vis a friend, I would be more brief, but at the same time, I would also say, look, that's a real adventure. Since I mean, a plethora of professions I have, witnessed as a headmaster. So many people you meet, both at school and out of school. Those many opportunities offered to you as a headmaster. I don't think I would have all that being a teacher. So that's what I would also, as a cherry on a cake, tell them. Well, I do hope we have attracted some of you here, or those watching or listening to streaming will come to believe that that's the profession which can transform or change the future. Now let's have a 20-minute break. I wish to thank Maria Gottfriedova, Mr. Škamlik, Hannes Kmentova. Well, thank you for attention. Sorry, English wasn't here. Sorry. And see you after the break.
Děkuji pěkně.
Tak dámy a pánové, pojďte se...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Poukáto. No. Tak, let's sit down. Let us sit down. We shall continue with the next block of our agenda. Sit down, settle down. I'd like to introduce our guest to you, and I will read, if you allow me, his understanding of leadership. And I perceive that rather as a partnership than a topic, right across formal and non-formal education, technology application, as well as one's personal discovery experience. We can get lost in the never-ending spiral of technologies or virtual reality, just as we can stubbornly or tenaciously stick to the traditional method, or we can do more for our young people or youth by letting them explore functional combination and knowledge, in other words, to provide them with the fruit of knowledge, not only a preserve. So Marketa is gonna introduce this outstanding personality. We feel really honored by having Professor Williamson from University of South Wales. He's Professor of European Youth Policy, he's a qualified youth worker, and he has acted as an advisor related to youth policy. He has dealt with crime, substance abuse, homelessness, etc. in relation to this. His research, Status Zero, focused on people not in education, employment, or training. By that, he has invoked a political debate focused on young people. In 1916, he has coordinated in Council of Europe the youth policy. Now he's going to focus on learning for leadership and learning for life.
There will be some space for your questions. And Professor, you are welcome. We hope. It's up to you. Professor, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right, well, I stood at the back for the last 2 hours, and one of the disadvantages of not speaking first is I listen to other people, and I've written a completely different talk. So it's not going to be focused, and it's not going to be coherent, as Lucy's presentation was, because it's going to try to pick up on some of the points that have been made by previous speakers that I think are worth reinforcing. And I think about that because I once chaired a committee on drugs, actually, on drug prevention, a national committee, and there was a guy who worked for the health services in Wales, who had an outdoor clothing business in North Wales. He said, I remember hearing you speak once. And I said, what do you remember? He said, I remember one sentence. And it was a sentence that read, freedom to the adolescent looks suspiciously like neglect. And we live in a world where youth policy is always about giving young people autonomy and space and voice. And all of that is good stuff. But it can also seem like abandonment. And some of the comments that the panel were making about teachers' relationships took me back to my mum, who's dead now. But my mum, we inherited a beautiful drinks cabinet of cut glasses, very expensive stuff in a French polished oak cabinet. But that never seemed to matter to my mum. I broke a tiny little sherry glass when I was a teenager with a cockerel on it, and my mum burst into tears, and it was the only time I'd ever seen her cry. And she'd been a teacher before I was born. She never worked after I was born, had 4 other children. But she'd been a teacher of barefoot girls in Hull, England, a really poor area, a really poor school. And these girls had come to school with no shoes just after the war, Second World War. But they'd bought her these 2 glasses with cockerels on, sherry glasses. And my mum treasured them. And when I accidentally broke one, she collapsed in tears. And she said to me, the most important thing about teaching, Howard, is not what you teach, it's how you do it. It's the relationships that you create with the young people that you're working with. And I hope that will be a thread of some of the comments I make. I also felt, and I agreed with much of what the panel said, but what else are they going to say? I'm not going to say we want to be really authoritarian and power-crazy teachers who want to tell young people how it should be. I remember saying to the Irish youth minister, with their new policy at the time, brighter futures, better outcomes. I said, well, you're not going to call it darker futures, worse outcomes, are you? You know, I mean, and we had a Conservative youth minister, Tim Loughton, in 2010. New policy for young people, positive for youth. And I said to Tim, well, you're not going to call it negative for youth, are you? And I remember talking to another minister, David Blunkett, Labour minister, education minister, and he at the time was obsessed with super teachers, super heads, leaders. And David coined this term ASTs, Advanced Skilled Teachers, ASTs. And it was a time when we were excluding more and more and more young people for non-compliance with the national curriculum and for behavioural challenges in secondary education. And we were putting into things called PRUs, Pupil Referral Units. And I remember saying to David Blunkett, what we need to do is put all these ASTs into PRUs. You know, let the worst kids have the best teachers, and maybe we'll start to level the playing field. And David thought I was mad, but, you know, he said, well, yeah, maybe there's an inkling of an idea. And certainly some of those superhead teachers got involved in much wider policy than education. And that was a point I think some of the panel members were making, that in a way schools don't operate in splendid isolation. We all know from research that schools reflect the societies in which they function. So they are sort of islands that mirror the wider society. Schools don't necessarily transform, but teachers do. And those words, transformative, change, and so on, that have been used a lot this morning in Czech and in English, are important words. I seem to remember that one of the previous times I came to Prague was the whole city was closed off because of flooding. So I thought maybe it's my fault that the rains happened again. But a bit better this time because at least you could get into the centre. You couldn't a few years back. When the minister was speaking, just a few points from the minister, 2 points actually. There's a saying in English that teaching needs to change from being the sage on the stage to the guide by the side. Of course, in English that rhymes quite nicely, but it really is about how we support young people. And I found it quite interesting when the minister was speaking, because one or two of you in this room will probably know that in the 1990s, your former president, Václav Havel, had a big forum every October in Prague Castle with some of the great leaders of the world. Nelson Mandela, George W. Bush, F.W. de Klerk, Elie Wiesel, the writer, Peter Gabriel, the musician, the Dalai Lama, Sonia Gandhi. I'm trying to think of who else, lots of other famous people. And President Havel had this idea that there needed to be generational transfer. And he had this idea that young people should be found, brilliant young people from somewhere in the world, about 60 of them, come to Prague in June of the year, and about 5 or 6 of them would be invited to Prague Castle in the October. And I was involved with this Student Forum 2000, as it was called. And there were issues, there were problems. I've explained to Matt, the ambassador, this morning at breakfast that culturally there are some cultures that interrupt everything, and there are some cultures that sit politely waiting to be invited to speak. But you can't have Shrinking Violet standing next to Nelson Mandela and saying nothing. But President Havel had a framework that we worked to, which was called Values for Education in the 21st Century. And one of the groups I worked with in 1999, I think, came up with this idea called Freud, like Sigmund, but it was an acronym. It was another one of those wretched acronyms that peppers the world these days. FREUD, supported by a human envelope, as it was said. Information, knowledge is not going to be difficult to find in the 21st century. We know that. You know, the phone, you know, smartphones are the Library of Alexandria in your pocket. You've got it all there. But you don't know what is bullshit, you don't know what is marketing, you don't know what is, you know, Wikipedia. I get students writing essays referencing Wikipedia. You know, read a proper book or read a proper article. And Wikipedia is always a bit suspect. So Freud stands for, and I still use this in some of the writing that I do, find, retrieve, evaluate, use, and defend. And I think it's quite a good framework for thinking about how we help young people to learn in the 21st century. I shouldn't really criticize the British ambassador to the Czech Republic or to Czechia, but when he talked about the UK is currently going through curriculum reform, he should have said England is going through curriculum reform. With the new government, Bridget Phillipson, the education minister, has talked about transforming education, as all new education ministers do. In Wales, I have a new curriculum which uses areas of learning and experience, ALE. Areas of learning and experience. There's 6 or 7 or 8 of them around educational curricula. I then wanted to make a little kind of a joke. When Matt was talking about having a youth voice, having a youth panel, and some 400 to 500 young people had applied for 10 spaces, I was reminded of a big event in a cathedral in Coventry Cathedral, run by a Conservative and a Liberal Democrat member of Parliament, and lots of super important people with 10 minutes each, police officers and teachers, psychologists, politicians, 10 minutes. And then suddenly there was me, 20 past 12 to 20 to 1, 20 minutes, to talk about young people in Britain today. I rang up this MP and I said, well, what about young people doing a bit of speaking? We don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, well, I'll draft an official letter, you send it to all the schools in Coventry, and I'll find a room, and I'll facilitate young people speaking for 20 minutes. And 600 young people turned up in this bloody great hall. And minibus after minibus arrived, with teachers dumping these young people off and coming in and saying to me, we'll be back at 4 o'clock to pick them up. And I was on my own. 600 people, teenagers, 12 to 18 years old. And so I said, what I want you to do is shout out the important things in your lives. And they shouted out many, many things, and I scribbled lots of things down. And I said, right, those of you who are interested in family issues, that corner. And I clustered their issues into 5 themes. And sometimes as a joke, I say, why did I only have 5 themes? Any ideas? Not because I was a brilliant analyst of 600 different views, but because a room has 4 corners and a middle. And so I got them to cluster into these 5 groups. And anyway, we sorted it out, and they did a pretty damn good presentation. But the point was that schooling was only one of their big issues in their lives. Peer groups, health issues, mental health at the time, and obviously much more prevalent and prominent now. Family life, leisure time, health, education, and education stroke training and work, and where were they going to go in their lives. And so they had 3 minutes each to speak about those issues, but they did it very well. I will amuse you slightly. There was one kid, all these young people said, do we have to wear school uniform? And I said, up to you, ask your teachers. So some turned up in school uniform, some turned up more casually, and one wore an Iron Maiden t-shirt. And I found him in the afternoon, and I said, why did you wear an Iron Maiden t-shirt in a cathedral? And he said, my mum told me to wear it. And I said, I said, tell me more, I'm a bit confused. And he said, well, I put on my Sex Pistols, Never Mind the Bollocks t-shirt. And my mum said, you can't wear that in a cathedral, put your Iron Maiden t-shirt on. So, beautiful comment made earlier on about open minds, and I would have added, but not empty ones, around values. There's a great book about graffiti writing by a woman called Nancy MacDonald, where she talks about, I went into this research with an open mind, but not an empty one. We don't teach with an open mind. It's not a blank sheet of paper. And we know in modern Europe and in the world generally, with a lot of the fake news and a lot of the movement towards the far right, we've got to think very carefully, what are our values that underpin the kind of teaching and learning that we do? Moving on to Lucy's stuff, there's a great book in English called 1 out of 10. Sounds like a mark in school, doesn't it? To destroy your confidence in your ability to do something. 1 out of 10. It's actually about a man who used to write the speeches for Tony Blair, called Peter Hyman, and it's 1 out of 10 Downing Street. The subtitle is From Downing Street Vision to Classroom Reality. Peter Hyman wrote Blair's speeches, education, education, education. Everyone remembers a good teacher, all Blair's sound bites. And then Peter Hyman went off to Islington Green Comprehensive School, which was where Tony Blair should have sent his son. But he managed to send his son to a private school, the London Oratory School. So this was a bog standard comprehensive school, as Alistair Campbell once referred to them. And Hyman went and did a year's voluntary work, a bit like Lucy did in her schools in other countries. And Peter Hyman discovered that kids were coming to school with lunch boxes with 1 packet of crisps in. And his wake-up moment, his Saul on the road to Damascus moment, was when he was teaching, doing one-to-one teaching about Churchill, until he realized that the kid he was teaching thought Churchill, you probably don't have this in this country, he thought Churchill was an advertising dog. There's an advertising dog that advertises Churchill Insurance. And suddenly, Peter Hyman thought, I want to change education. And he disappeared for 3 years and trained as a teacher, qualified as a teacher. And then he runs a school called School 21 in London, which is not, it delivers the national curriculum, but it's about grit and resilience and cooperation and communication. And the money behind that school is a man called Ed Fido, who worked for Goldman Sachs for many years, made a lot of money, and bankrolled it. And I met Ed somewhere, and he invited me to the school, and it was a most amazing experience to go to that school. Welcomed by the students, taken round by the school, open plan. You could move furniture around in many different ways to have a performance or small group work or all kinds of other things. And I discovered recently that Ed Fido has now established something called the London Interdisciplinary School, which is actually a university, but you can't call it a university. It's in Whitechapel, and it's a higher education establishment where you learn through focusing on some of the big issues of our time. You do interdisciplinary learning through a focus on climate, or democracy, or finance and investment, or something. And I talked to Ed about that, and it's really a development of this secondary school that Peter Hyman runs, or he now runs a collection of schools. Now, Lucy, I thought, made a really important point about focus and about coherence, because some of you will know The Economist recently did an analysis of education systems around the world. And much to my chagrin, because it doesn't square with my beliefs about education, The Economist said that this anchoring of foundational knowledge is absolutely critical. And England with its horrible conservative school curriculum, teaching to the test, that everybody has been so critical about, actually comes up pretty well in The Economist's analysis. That at least you've anchored maths and English and technology in a way that enables young people, provides a kind of platform, a springboard for young people to develop their learning from. And without that, they are stuffed, as Lucy kind of suggested. Nearly there. Another quite amusing story. There was a famous educationalist in Britain called Eric Midwinter, and he said that when he was a teacher, before he became an academic, he read a history essay by a working class girl who had written that Joan of Arc had been condomed to death. Not condemned to death, but condomed to death, because that was her kind of experience, relational experience. I just scribbled that one down. And then thinking about foundational knowledge and helping young people to build from their experience, a bit like the panel was saying in their different and similar ways. I thought, I teach in a university, you know, a sort of former polytechnic, and I do a lot of academic stuff about youth transitions, and there's a lot of kind of fancy language and academic theory about youth transitions. But I actually get my students, many of whom are first-generation working-class learners from the coal mining valleys. I get them to talk to the girls to talk to their mums and their nans, and the boys to talk to their dads and their grandfathers, or equivalent neighbors who are similar age, 25-year age gaps, roughly, and ask them just to talk to them about what was life like on leaving school, between the last 2 years of schooling and the first 3 years of labour market participation. You know, what sort of music were they into? What kind of clubs did they go to? What did they drink? But also, what was their education like? What were their aspirations like? What kind of support did they get? And so on and so forth. And through that kind of narrative reflection on 3 generations of transition, that anchors the capacity of those students to then read the books that the academics are writing about youth transitions, to compare and contrast. And then nearly there with my little summary speech, and then I've got about five minutes to race through my slides and entertain you with a few pretty pictures. Trust. You know, relationships and trust are absolutely fundamental. Blair did say, everyone remembers a good teacher. When you ask about young people, about good teachers, they talk about, I trusted them. I wrote a book not about schooling, but about trauma and social work. I wrote 30 years ago a book called Children Speak. I interviewed one girl who suffered the most appalling abuse. She hated fucking teachers. She hated everything about school. And I sat there and listened to this tirade of hostility to schools. And then I said, but when tough things happen in your life, who do you turn to? Who do you trust? I mean, of course, a lot of kids turn to their pets and their cuddly toys because they won't answer back. But this girl said, Mrs. Smith. I said, who's Mrs. Smith? Teacher. I said, why? You know, hang on, I'm a bit lost here. She said, she doesn't like cheese and onion crisps. And I said, well, you'll have to tell me that story again. And when she was 11, this girl starts at secondary school, queues up to buy some crisps. We've only got cheese and onion. I don't like cheese and onion. Mrs. Smith was on duty. I don't like them either. They got talking. That was the special relationship for that girl. So we have to sometimes discover those special relationships. But after family, school is usually the next best place. Right, I'm going to really race through these. That's nothing. That is my history, which is children and family work, youth justice work, drug and alcohol dependency work, as well as formal education. So, and it's really about looking at a lot of those linkages between them in research, policy, and practice, and across sectors. So that's the sort of boring version of that slide. That's another one. That's my history of youth policy in Europe over the last 30 years. Youth work on the right, youth policy on the left, all the key strategic moments that have shaped where we are in the modern Europe, the Council of Europe and the European Commission. That was something in Portugal they asked me to talk about, where will young people be in 2050? Well, if they're not dead because the planet has imploded, they could be much more altruistic or much more selfish. We simply don't know. And that's what everybody has been saying. We don't know. We've got to prepare young people, not always to lead, but certainly always to learn and to be able to respond to very changing circumstances. I say it's an obsession. My university can't have more courses on leadership and management. Most of my students don't want to be leaders. They want to be followers. They want to be, good employees. They want to work in the emergency services. They want to work in social work and counselling, and so on and so forth. They're not interested in leadership. You talk to them about that, they say, no, that's not for me. And we may have to respect that not everybody aspires to leadership. You might know about NEETs. I said the word. I don't like the word. I started the research about them, but we talk about very, very different types of young people. My university currently talks about challenge-based pedagogy, and I say, ho, 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 that won't work with our kinds of students. It works brilliantly in European Forum Outback. It worked brilliantly at Student Forum 2000. But it won't work with my students who come to my lectures on a Monday morning having done a 12-hour shift in a factory on Sunday night. They've not done the preparatory work. We all know about all this sort of active learning stuff, didactic learning. It's been around for ages. It's not rocket science. It's not difficult to do. And some of the panel were making the point that they don't like instructions and standards. And we can work creatively with young people in a much more participative way. Yeah, lots of problems there. You can just read the titles. This was something, one page, A4. I wrote for Tony Blair in January 1998. And the important thing is, you can't read it, but in the bottom left-hand corner, I talk about a coherent curriculum of academic, vocational, and citizenship learning. We need all three. I'm crap at woodwork, so I've done this 50-year ethnography of young offenders, and one of them once said the only thing that was handy about me was that I live round here, because I'm not practical. I'm useless. If I can get it wrong, I will get it wrong. But we need to rethink the kinds of learning framework, learning environments that we need. I don't have time, but I used to stand at a lot of conferences and say to all of you, think for 5 minutes about what you've had in your life that leads you to sit here and not be in prison. And most of you will talk about family, and we'll talk about school. And then you'll talk about youth organizations and music and sport, and people listened to you when there was something, you had something to say. A package of entitlement, I called it, and when I wrote the Welsh Youth Policy Framework a few years ago, that's the framework, and most people come up with that list. It's not the 10 Commandments, as one kid thought it was when he interviewed me. It's the 10 entitlements. And what we need to be doing is taking that offer much more proactively to young people who don't get much of it, even family support, parent support, as the panel said, or schooling support. I will do this for the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. It's non-formal education and learning. We need to think very much about how we integrate formal schooling with non-formal learning. And I'm not going to talk about that. I like that phrase. This was not mine. It was a Flemish-Belgian colleague of mine, Philip Cousset, who came up with this Flemish expression, you don't grow grass by pulling it. You grow grass by cultivating it. Youth workers are gardeners, not mechanics. Teachers should be gardeners, not mechanics. They're not putting young people right. They're not twiddling the nuts and bolts. They're inspiring. They're lighting the flame, as Plutarch said a few years ago. And so I argue very strongly for a load of stuff in the middle around non-formal education and learning, which connects European youth policy with the big issues facing young people and all of us in our modern Europe around economy, around health, around security, and a number of other things, and technology. And if I had any power in Europe, with your government, with the Commission, with the Council of Europe, I'm doing a speech to the UN next week with the Summit of the Future, I would be saying, we have got to reach our more disadvantaged young people. You in the Czech Republic, the Roma communities particularly, But I was, and I'll finish with this, I was asked, I did, in 2014, 11 years ago, I did the one and only keynote speech at the one and only UN conference, global conference on youth policy in Azerbaijan. And the UN asked me to come up with the 3 key messages from my life's experience, from being a youth work practitioner for 25 years, a policy advisor for a long time, and a researcher for a long time. And I thought it would be a difficult thing to do, but actually it was very easy. The first is we have all kinds of draconian regulatory interventions in our laws and in our policies and practices that we need to really limit only to those young people who we know cannot be dealt with by any other means. The second is that when we've got good ideas, we've got to work much harder at reaching the most disadvantaged young people. But most of those good ideas fail to get near them. That's why the European Commission don't like me, because they keep yapping on about young people with fewer opportunities. But my experience is most of the disadvantaged young people I have worked with know nothing. With my friend from National Agency, know nothing about Erasmus+, Youth in Action, European Solidarity Corps. Oh, there you are. And all of that stuff. We've got to take the message to them. We've got to reach them. And the third key message, and I will finish with this, is mentoring. What I called critical people at critical moments. I was a youth worker long ago, and a guy of 56 once came up to me and he put his arm around me, my shoulder, and he said, "I know I'm 56 now, Hal, but you're still my youth worker." That'll do. Thank you.
Howard, thank you very much. We have a few minutes for 2 or 3 quick questions. You can ask also.
No answers.
It will depend how long will be your answers, of course.
Yeah.
But if you want to ask, there is space right now. You can ask also in Czech if you like, or if you need.
Yeah, let me get this on.
Or if there is no question, there will be definitely opportunity. First row, sorry. Hannah.
Courageous. Front row.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Hannah. Thank you for the talk.
It's going to be in English.
You talked about how important it is that teachers inspire students. And I was wondering if you have in mind some teacher who stuck in your mind, who inspired you.
Oh, well, absolutely. But it's a very different form of teaching, because I went to a very privileged, elite British semi-public school. Some of you will know the writer Lee Child. Do you know him? Jack Reacher novels and Tom Cruise. Well, he's a mate of mine, because I sat next to him in history and we copied each other. And his real name is Jim Grant. And Jim and I used to talk about our English teacher who inspired us. He was called Mr. Trott, and he died a few years ago, aged 94. And there were lots and lots of tributes to this funny little man who walked around with a lot of books under his arm. But he walked in September to the 5th form with a load of classic English novels. And he threw them on a desk. He was known to do this. Lord of the Flies, Tolkien, Power and the Glory, Brideshead Revisited, all of those sorts of things. In some Penguin classic literature series. And he said, "I expect you to have read 2 or 3 of those by Christmas." And we all thought, and then he walked out, and you knew he wasn't coming back till January. This is true. And it was a kind of classroom that was like a mini lecture theatre. So we moved the desk, we wrapped some paper in sellotape, and we played 2-a-side football with lookouts in the corridor in case any teachers came. We don't want to read books, we want to play football. And we were posh kids, mainly, well-educated kids, good backgrounds, but we still wanted to play football. But we got bored with playing football after a couple of weeks, so let's have a look at some of these books. Guaranteed by Christmas, all of us had read at least 3 of them. Many of us had read 6 or 7 of them. And when Mr. Trott came back in first week of January after Christmas, "Right, Williamson, what did you read?" "Lord of the Flies, sir." What do you make of it? Anyone else read Lord of the Flies? And we'd have a debate about it. And we were all inspired by literature. We were not allowed to do English literature O-level at my school because they thought it knocked the stuffing out of your interest in Shakespeare, in classics, or whatever it might be. But it was a particular type of school that I'm sure Mr. Trott also, as we knew his story, he knew our story, we'd get bored with playing football after 2 weeks and we'd start reading books. I don't think could be so confident with other kinds of students in other kinds of schools. So there's I always say that youth work is about arm around the shoulder and a kick up the backside. And you've got to be quite authoritative sometimes. But I always say to young people when I do that if I didn't care about you at all, I wouldn't even waste my energy trying to kick you up the backside. But I do care about you enough to try and put that effort into your learning trajectory, your learning pathway. And I do, just one other useful thing that when I was parliamentary advisor on education under Blair, Theresa May, of course, became the Prime Minister some years later. Theresa, once in a private session, said, "So what would you do, Howard? What would you do?" And I said, "Well, Theresa," and she was the only one of two Conservatives, so all the Labour MPs were waiting for me to lay into Theresa because they loved that. But I actually said, I thought she had a point. She said, would I allow kids to leave school at 14? I said I'd allow them to leave school but not leave learning. And I said, the beauty of a 5-day learning week is that you could have academic, vocational, and citizenship in different combinations. You could have 3-1-1, 1-3-1, 1-2-2. So you could prioritize, being a car mechanic, but you couldn't sacrifice completely reading literature or doing some community service. But if you were more community-minded, you might want to do 3 days volunteering and only 1 day academic work and 1 day vocational work. So you could combine it in different kinds of ways. And for a little while, there was some political appeal of that particular idea. But the big fear, of course, is that alienating the middle classes who love the examination system, secondary exam. And some years later, we had a report called the Tomlinson Report, which proposed a radical restructuring of secondary education, very similar to my own ideas. And Blair just rejected it out of hand, and Gordon Brown rejected it out of hand, because it would be political death of the Labour Party. So the politics get into this in a big, big way. Sorry, that's... But Mr. Trott, yeah, he inspired a lot of us. Yeah.
Howard, thank you very much for your very inspiring speech, and I'm sure there will be possibility.
Well, I'm around all day, and if you want to see any of these other slides, then you can always send me a message, and I'll tell you more about them. The ones I prepared.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. It was a pleasure to having you here. Howard Williamson.
Well, let's move ahead. We'll have panel discussion number 2, leadership for the future through non-formal, in brackets, formal education, which means we'll cover both formal and non-formal. Marcela Murgashova, Executive Director of Sobia, Closer Together Foundation, literally translated. And would you please sit right in the middle? And you'll be surrounded by men. Executive Director, Spanish Institute Center Europe, Jakub Landowski, former ambassador of the Czech Republic to the NATO. Be most cordially welcome. Deputy Minister of Education, Youth and Sports, Mr. Nantel Mayes. And an entrepreneur, investor, and co-owner of Fostra Group, Stanislav Pavlik. Very good afternoon to you already. And also the director of the House of International Cooperation, Mr. Uhl. And the leader of internal and learning team in PwC PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Pokorny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start on some sort of personal note because it's difficult now to speak after Howard's presentation. Who, in your view, was an ideal leader when you were a pupil or a student, and what did he or she impersonate? I wanted, well, ladies first, I guess, but it's a tough, tricky question, yeah. Well, I'll slightly evade it or avoid it. I still feel to be a student or learner and leader, which I've got in my notes written down, is the leader I've been working for 18 years, Mr. Vahan, whom I represent here today, or I'm his proxy here today. He's a person who not only has the focus and knows the direction, right direction to go, but it's the person you wish and you enjoy to work from dawn to dusk, since he himself is a source of inspiration. And he's a man who lives simply what he talks, he lives as well. And he's a person who is clearly determined, a man of morals or ethics, and what Comenius used to say, an educated, immoral person is a burden, while Mr. Vahanka is a person who sticks to the values, ethical values. It was at the and how about the university? Haven't you found someone like him, like Mr. Vahanka? Well, yes, at a university level, yeah, but now at primary and secondary school, I had such a great leader. It wasn't really, my memories of those days are not very pleasant. There was no well-being, but Dr. Pelikan, I studied social pedagogy education, and the beautiful thing about him was that he kept supporting me. He trusted me, encouraged me, expected a lot, in other words, had high expectations, but believed in my ability to deliver. And that is similar with the approach of my current leader, Mr. Vahanka. They are demanding, but give you space to be creative. Stanislav, who was an ideal leader while you were a student, or pupil and student then? Well, to me, that was the primary school, elementary school teacher. And it was wonderful. He was a great, really great teacher who had he was simply equipped with all a good leader should have. Inspired, motivated, and navigated, or in other words, led the way or has shown the right directions. And we were enthusiastic to follow his, so to say, suggestions. Norbert Tlusty is his name. He certainly deserves to be acknowledged here. I met him roughly 3 years ago. To me, he was a young, dynamic person, while now it is already, I mean, he has got this plate, but he doesn't braid it plate. He doesn't have it now. We met those 3 years ago. We went to have dinner together and a beer or two, and actually a couple of tears dropped. So he was a key, crucial person to me, and perhaps he is behind me being here now. So who was your leader, Deputy Minister? Well, I attended the elementary, primary school, or basic school, when perhaps the philosophy was not to stick out and keep a low profile. But I was extremely lucky to have a great lady teacher who has still now been great personality, Květa Santlerová, who abandoned schooling, and she has set up a business. her life, the story of her life is unusual and inspiring. And then the founder of Social Studies faculty or chair department, Ivo Cherny, he went against the flow, so to say, and out-of-the-box approach, which was not usual in the 1990s. He did develop the story, and also he kind of emanated a peace of mind and well-being and relaxed atmosphere, which is also essential for a leader. When I was a kid, my dad was my ideal leader because he was simply very moral and ethical in those difficult days, and he has been punished for that. Subsequently, it was Miloš Forman, because to be a leader, you have to be able to share catchy stories, and Miloš Forman was a great companion and narrator. And then Jiří Dinsper, Senior, that was the then minister, who has opened up topics that I haven't thought before, was that you had to take care of the disadvantaged and you have to give back to the society, etc. So these were the three major leaders. Well, I was inspired by Cuba. Well, looking back at Charter 77, that was something that had influenced me as well. But I wanted to say that at each and every level of education, I met many, and I don't have one single leader. Whatever education institutions I attended, at each there were several leaders, persons who had a very strong positive impact on the students or pupils, starting from kindergarten, elementary school, or social studies department or faculty. And you? Well, I've been thinking hard. I'd listened to Mr. Williamson, who referred to that 0% at the primary or elementary school. It was all gray. Nobody was a leader, to me anyway. But so I would say athletics coach in Beroun, which is a small town, with Yada Proza being the coach of youth, and he has been extremely great as a leader who will bet with me where the communists are still in government. That was after some intensive course when we were shut away from the outside world. So he encouraged us to perform better, and then Cyril Herschel, the leader of the third medical faculty, that was at the university. So it was great to observe or watch him simply. I'm happy we have had so many examples from family schools, athletics, or field track and field events, actually. And only recently, now you open to sort of Lyceum grammar school focus on European studies and then Ukrainian one. So how did you how did you decide to attract these leaders to the schools in order not to be able to look for them in the family or sports? And then sort of sub-question, is money essential or not? So, no, it's not about money. Money is not essential because now I'll start speaking in general terms. Educational school, regardless of the type, is the institution which doesn't work well unless or if 95% employees don't give their heart into it. Someone mentioned that some teachers are great, they are devoted to it, they are engaged because it's their mission, and they don't go there just to spend the time, they don't punch the time card, but they share the best in them, and they wish to help the youth or young people to develop, to grow. A typical product of the past education system. I had no idea at the Maturita or General Certificate of Education stage. And now what's essential for in order to attract the right and hire the right leaders? Well, I talked about this with several people, and I sorted it out. So what is the authority of the teacher based on? 3 attributes thereof are institutional authority or charisma, or leadership, and competence or knowledge in case of teachers. And in communism and in the days before, the institutional one was stressed. In other words, I obey the teacher, and the teacher is there, and that's it. Now it's a combination of the two, leadership and competence. Now comes the new challenge due to AI. Reality is as follows. At the secondary school, you can rest assured that you will, if you have 20 pupils in the class, there will be one who is better, who has a better knowledge of AI than the teacher, meaning that the teacher no more can base his authority on better knowledge of the given subject. But here's me, the leader. He must inspire, navigate, motivate. And you have, in order to attract such people, you have to create positive environment, like being a teacher. In the morning, you want to wake up. You can't wait to be at school, to go there. So it's not based on merely being at school, on your presence, but on the engagement and devotion, and to give space to the teacher to deliver in the way he wants to. Marcelo, we heard about interpersonal relations between the teachers, teacher-pupil, teacher-parents, relationships, etc. Can you somehow learn that, or can it be supported, the right relationships? I believe. Well, I'm happy you have mentioned that. When looking at the agenda of this conference, we have digitalization, digital transformation of education, and AI scheduled for the afternoon. I don't think this is the future. Of course, it will always be here. We will not stop that. But relationships are essential, which is why I appreciated the words from the first panel about the teacher had mastered to be a model and self-development, self-growth important. So I would rather welcome having topics like how to improve the school landscape or environmental climate. Well, I lecture socio-emotional teaching, trauma-informed approach, apart from my work in the foundation. And I can see a number of methods of socio-emotional teaching, but we have to pay attention to it, and we have to identify it as an important era across, starting from the ministry, across all the institutions, we should refer to the strategy 2030 plus. There are two topics: closing the inequalities gap. Well-being is the second area, which is mainly on the relationships at school. And we should now pose a question: do all our activities actually bring us achieve these outlined goals? And not only teachers should ask themselves this question, the headmaster should do the same. And if we agree on focusing on relationships, well, that's it. We should consciously pay attention to that. The first level is to reach a consensus. I mean, the first step. And we should make sure that all steps are actually directed in this way in order to achieve that. And then we should also create space, sufficient space. We revise and review the framework educational programs, and we should say that we can't expect from each and every teacher to teach OSV, which I guess is citizenship education, and each and every teacher should familiarize with the trauma approach or trauma-informed approach of teaching. I don't punish by not abstaining from punishments and criticism. We help them. And this pupil-teacher relationship should also be covered more. You know, your attachment or your approach or relationship to the subject matter is based on the pupil's relationship with the teacher.
Okay, let me move along. So, of course, we have methods and everything, methodology, skilled teachers. Yes, so paper can tolerate everything, but the personal transformation, that's what we need. That's work to do. AI can make a lot of things easier, but no technology can carry out this transformation. Michal, I'm sure we all agree that non-formal education is important, but so for your House of International Cooperation and Erasmus, so does it really work, the symbiosis between formal and non-formal education? I think Erasmus Plus and others programs help. One sector is focused on youth and non-formal education. So when I look at the numbers, how many students can travel, it has an impact on the Czech educational system. So when I must say that when I was in Scouts, in the team of Scouts, that helped me a lot. And there you find a natural way to leadership in that environment. Scouting definitely helps, and non-formal education, by its structure and methods, also promotes leadership more than classical formal education, which very often borrows methods of NFE, because some of the procedures are much more efficient and bring quite a broader range of opportunities than classical schooling. So what is really missing in the Czech Republic, that is the education to citizenship, which brings a dimension to across Europe. But what we really need, when we look at OECD data, the Czech Republic is still a place where in the international cohort up to 35, There's such a very little interest in what's happening in the public space. So we are somewhere at the end. We must discuss how this interest in the society, in legislation, judiciary, parliament, and so on, and also civic engagement. So this interest should be there. People must be interested in the society. So, do you have data or information which people use on formal education and go to Erasmus Plus? Is it children from families with a higher education or a higher social status? Do they have the opportunity, or are there also some students from a different environment? When we started with Erasmus Plus at the end of the 80s, this program that started in Western Europe, Czech Republic joined in 98. This was a small program criticized as elitist because it was only for a part of the population. And in this existing program, which has been running for 3 years, inclusion is important. So there are students, high schools, vocational schools, adult education, sports, and there in its DNA is the support of disadvantaged students. Last year, over 30,000 people were involved. In the Czech Republic, less than 100,000 people are born, so 1/3 of a generational year is involved. And some parts of the programs are focused on people which have some lower opportunities. Jakub Aspen Institute Europe also focuses on value leadership. So what does it mean? What about the values? Aren't they too general? Or so tell us about it. So, about the previous question, as a parent, educator, and then I'll get to the value leadership. I moved our kids from Belgium to Czech Republic after 5 years, and I must say there is a huge difference. Small children do not respond to the formal authority. They respond to charisma and enthusiasm. In Brussels, the teacher really enjoyed mathematics, and the children too. Now the kids go to a private school, to a British school, but that concerns many schools. Here they say, let's measure this, you know this, you don't know this. So maybe, we'll have to wait and see. I've been teaching for 12 years at the Department of Social Affairs. Our students who are interested in AI like experimenting. So we thought, let's use interactive AI, and we'll see the outcomes. Experiments and discovery. That is really significant. As for values, I think that our values are now exposed and visible. There is 7 billion people on the planet who do not share the values automatically, because there is so we share the transatlantic values, on which the Enlightenment era was based. Aspen creates space for critical thought. Of course, it chooses people, and it doesn't say, this is what you have to learn. The groups may be divided and united again. And our feedback is that people like the community, that is, students like the community and all the inputs. Aspen Institute also focuses on the debates. We also invite people from the consulting sphere, and we do not give students something that is preformed, but we teach them to find a way. In some Western universities, some topics lead to disintegration, for example, Israel, Palestine, but we had to establish very strict rules. Otherwise, there would be a fight. After Enlightenment, there was Romanticism and wars. There was a different sentiment in the world that prevailed over discovery. And maybe America is better off. They didn't have Romanticism at all. So do you involve in interaction also students who do not share the transatlantic values? We have them. And if they have a different opinion, even a xenophobic opinion, I don't want to kick them out. I just want to convince them to think differently. That's much better than to try to speak to people who all share the same opinion. To be apolitical, that's also a value today, to be open to various opinions. Mr. Prochaska, PricewaterhouseCoopers, you have an individual program, a school for leaders. So do you think in the educational system this is missing? We don't have enough leaders? My name is Pokornik, not Prochaska. I was wondering, maybe there is a Mr. Prochaska around. So, a subliminal question, how can all this be learned, charisma, and so on? So, my attitude is that leadership is like a craft. That's what we think in our company. It can be taught. Forget about methodology. But on the other hand, those who learn must have this open playing field. But very often we expect a perfect performance. Leaders need courage and be able to take risks, because we keep speaking about a safe environment. But now it's about, well, we shouldn't really insult anyone and so on. There is no space where people could make mistakes, and can really take a beating. The World Economic Forum has a list of competitiveness. They had about 20 parameters. One of them being to accept the entrepreneurial risk. So we were not so badly off. But we also had this parameter. Israel ran first, but there's such a drop because we are not ready to try things. I grew up in a small town. We had a sports team, but there was a big housing settlement, and that was a field for adventure, like jumping from roofs and so on. We could test all this to be leader of a gang. But now this doesn't exist, especially in children. I know that there can be debates among university students, but what about children? I'm not saying we should have the good old world, but in fact we are now creating playgrounds which have a sort of artificial flooring so that people cannot really scratch their knee. And then the capacity to get up and fight for something is getting lost. So now about our company. Well, leaders, they go to a leadership course. They can learn these things, and of course we expect perfect performance, but there must also be room for mistakes. Mr. Deputy Minister, now you have a simple task how to include this in national education. Okay, I will have a coffee break. No, I know I don't have a simple task. The debate on leadership in the Czech context is very complicated because we are not used to pathos. So when we say let's develop leadership, many people are scared. So we should be practical. What things we need to develop for everyday life? What we try to get into the educational system, it's two things which go hand in hand. One of them, the revision of the educational agenda. We must stress personal development. For many people, that happens later in life, or when they get a job, they're in a corporate environment, it's a part of corporate mechanisms. But in schools, we are not used to it. In fact, in secondary schools, the children have all those subjects, and their, in fact, holistic personality gets lost. We also invite parents to meetings with children, but it's not really, what is not discussed is how the whole class works. We try to change that and to use the tools we have. Teacher-parent meetings done in a different way. So in the curriculum, we must have new things because personal development should be really one of the subjects. Then there will be time for it. Millions of young citizens go to school, and it must be done systematically. In some schools, they have it. It's really very formative. The first experience, they are asked, what is your goal for the next 3 months? And they may say, this is the first time someone asked what I would like to achieve in the next 3 months. But for it to work, it cannot be based just on methodology. And teachers must be able to do it also among themselves, vis-a-vis the headmaster. And that's not anchored in the Czech culture. We are a country of engineers and experts, so we focus on specialized skills. But even in higher education, we don't realize we must be able to communicate. So the career system is now being elaborated. Mutual mentoring of headmasters, inspirational schools, sharing teaching experience, and we're getting to semi-finals. That's how I would call it. But mostly This is a big process, but it's also a change of the mindset. 30 years ago, we didn't discuss relations and well-being. These are topics which are new in the Czech society, and these are so-called soft topics. This cultural change must be accomplished. The times of technology may bring experience which will be useful, but will not make us happy. So, if the things we need pragmatically will be more efficient, we'll have more time to ask questions what we want to do. So children must get used to it at the beginning of school. Just very briefly, the leadership as a craft, yes, that's one thing. Leadership is a craft so that you can get to a position in the society. But then when you are at the top, there are values like Genghis Khan or Hitler were great leaders. And children should have the duty to try out the role of a leader. Because maybe one day, we don't know when we'll have to say, this is the way to go, here is the map, and so on. It's good, you are saying that for Aspen, and you said a map. Yes, we must get children ready for a world we are not able to describe at the moment. So, to go to the unknown, we don't let children or high school students say, to go to have an adventure. Like we say now, we'll go to Dresden or to a jump park. There is no attribute of discovering unknown territory where you can, you have to find your way. A teacher is scared, they would go with kids somewhere outside a big park, while kids can learn, for example, when they go on a canoe trip. They look how to look after each other. So that's what we can make possible for them. And then, even in the companies, you will have leaders. I think it's done in scouting. Yes, the teacher, the leader, they are important in all the relationships. So, when I look at the back research data, Czech schools with their outcomes really differ hugely. So the difference among school headmasters, educators, and so on is obvious. So maybe the autonomy and decentralization, isn't it a problem for the system, Mr. Deputy? Yes. Autonomy must go hand in hand with some support, and also speaking about professional standards. So each institution is individual, and we try to have this career system of headmasters and standards of their profession, competence, systems, and so on. Standard of the teaching profession, and also supporting sharing of experience.
And the fact that the Czech public administration system, which was introduced 25 years ago, is in theory not bad, but never actually reflected the huge number of small municipalities. So I don't think anybody could have coped with that better, but that is a system established, and to change it, that is going to be a challenge and a costly challenge, and it will take time to change that, since many people will fight for that to remain unchanged. So Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports does it best to find ways of changing this. That means building professional community, the standard, the system of support, offered, etc. Mr. Pavlin? Two things. I partly agree and partly disagree or argue. The first thing I agree with is the status quo. That means the current situation. Education is the very last part or era where we believe it should be done in a different way. In 1992, the experience when you went to a restaurant, you had some sort of experience, but you don't expect the waiter to approach you in the same way or to treat you, the meals to be the same as in 1992. Well, education is essential. That's the most important thing for actually the future of the country, and yet it is unchanged. This concept of risk-taking, well, and that's inherent in our society, because everyone has the motto, the main thing is not to make a mistake, and you can't grow unless you make mistakes. And the third thing is culture. I disagree, or I don't know whether I agree or disagree, but let me put it this way. The Czech approach is, this does not work. Let's tighten the bolts. It means 1/3 of teachers has to be certified as leader. But that's not the goal. The point is to expand the field, but to fill it with values and skills to find the right direction and to try to help kids to find the, so to say, enthusiasm. Mr. Nandl will tell us. Well, my experience as a manager is the following. If you want to convince people of the necessity of changes, you have to first understand their, philosophy and also their profession. I mean, they cycle at schools. That means the children compulsory education 9 years. So teachers are designed or set to think in this 9-year horizon. That's a cycle, which is why the response time is not prompt, is not immediate. And that's what we have to recognize and approach it accordingly. We have to change the competency framework of teaching, faculty, graduates, in order to be able to change it. And then we have to be very patient and keep explaining things to everyone involved. In the Czech system, there is quite a competition because quite a few children leave, abandon the schools, and opt for religious or church schools or private schools. Nevertheless, the teachers usually have an employment contract or reckon with longer term or longer period to stay in the employment position as against against the private sector. I believe it would be useful to have mentors for teachers from, experts in other fields. This already started happening, and now parents, parents nowadays, the average parent is better educated, having the same educational attainment as the teacher, are more assertive, so there are quite a few conflicts between the parents and the teachers, and the parents have more, so to say, have certain firm views or perception of the schools. Well, it's simple to say that the society should be capable of accepting or tolerating errors or mistakes. NASA at 1 to 25 or what. In the 80s, the lady teacher in the Discovery during the launch, she was burnt to death in a couple of seconds. And all the kids watching her their teacher, suffered trauma. So we should then discuss it. We should work out while she actually died, Let's work with the trauma after the mistake which was made, and learn from the mistake, and focus on relevant, meaningful things in order to be able to cope with this risk and with this trauma. Well, one thing, the safe environment, in my understanding, is not an environment where kids are not exposed to anything risky or unknown. No, that should be a setting or environment in which the child can afford to make mistakes, which is then discussed or reflected on. So it's not like tiptoeing around the kids and preventing or protecting them against exposure to stress. No. Nature. We should take children far more into the nature. Some stages of like early adulthood or late childhood, we should try and test things under the supervision of adults. That means the transition rites or rituals. But that would take a long time to have it properly discussed. But let's focus on what is important to do and what we want to do. I believe we well know what's important, what we want to do is all factored in the strategy. But the essential thing is to observe it, to stick to it, and not to divert and pay attention to things which are less important. Inequalities are essential. Well-being is essential. In each and every situation, we ask about closing the gap or reducing inequalities, increasing well-being. In the morning, Mr. Shkramlik, the panelists simply referred to people. It all depends on people. People matter. So it's not about changing the mindset and saying, well, this is going to take yet another 4-9 years. Okay, but we shouldn't resign. We shouldn't give it up. We should be perseverant, and we should support and highlight those who are doing the things already. I don't think we should look for external mentors. We had 2 or 3 here before the break. Do we esteem this human potential? Do we recognize them? Did we tell them we would love you to act as a mentor at different schools, to come and help us with it? Do you think we are capable of attracting the people, taking them, and consistently work with them? We don't, as I've said, we don't have to look for mentors. We have them. They work for some institutions already. It can Alash. Well, I always listen to the Czech educational system debates, and I'm horrified, and I'm depressed, frustrated, then I'm healed I recover when I go abroad. I'm exposed to different experience and situation, and I somehow feel things here in the Czech Republic are not that bad, and the path we have been along since the 90s is incredible, and we should also say that. Because naturally, critical debate is okay. Efforts or attempts to advance, sure, it's a must, but we should also talk about what we have already achieved. And the way we think about transformation of educational system fills me with optimism, starting with Strategy 2030, professional debates at the National Pedagogical Institute, regional authorities, including this conference, including the involvement of many teachers in those debates. All that is good news, but where are the shortcomings? We are quite a bit provincial. We should open up more. Teacher training institutes throughout Europe are less institutionalized. We should internationalize the teaching training departments, and we should expose our people more to the experience abroad, since the world is interconnected, everything is globalized. It will not have changed at all. And those who don't realize this, who are not aware of that, will miss the train, literally. And pros and cons, well, I've spent 10 years in Western European educational system. Everything closes at 6 o'clock. Education stops at 6 p.m. while in this country it's noon, and the rest is for after-school activities. I believe we should think more about these afternoon hours and exploit them, and that's what the Czech society might certainly benefit from. And the way we work with the education system, well, it's far easier to work with secondary schools because you just travel those 14 regions, but it's a real hell to reach any agreement at the level of elementary schools. And this is extremely, of course, unpleasant, but we have got more than 6,000 founders or establishing entities of these schools. You can't ever make it, or you can't travel all the individual municipalities. That is something that should be remedied and changed in the next decade. Well, I wanted to respond. 3 comments. Mr. Nantel referred to those 9 years, in other words, that the teacher thing in a 9-year horizon. But, well, we have quite, I don't know what KP is, is a key problem, I guess, is unsatisfied parent. And I wish that any leader, be it headmaster or whoever, finds a right educational way, but doesn't stop at the solution of conflict with the parents. I quite agree with your words, Madam. We should explain, we should support those who are already on the right track and keep explaining things to those who oppose the development. But we can see ever more people doing the right thing. But let's think about a way to help them convince those who still oppose. I mentioned the name of Cyril Herschel because, I then thought I would never, ever be capable of being admitted to the medical faculty. So I wrote a letter, "Dear Dean, would you admit me?" And he said, "Oh, yes, why?" Well, he said, "I like to experiment. And if you want to experiment, you have to be brave, courageous." So, he actually admitted a couple of several individuals without their passing the entrance examinations. So he was pretty courageous then. I do apologize. We could spend hours talking about many things we shared here, but we are late. And we have to, this is to be taken as food for thought for the networking, because we are not going to wrap it up at lunch. We will continue after lunch. Refreshments now. Let's be back in 3/4 of an hour, 10 to 2. And thank you all for your input.
Díky.
Dámy a pánové, vidím, že polední pauza se vám líbila. Myslíme tady na well-being, který byl zmiňovaný i během dopoledního programu.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue. Please take your seats. Let's carry on. We have some other presentations which are very interesting. So the first speaker shouldn't be here while this room is empty. So I don't want to urge you to hurry you up, but I'll really continue in a moment. So, we said that after the lunch break, we'll have some brief presentations. That's what we need. So we have 3 very brief presentations, each for 10 minutes. They'll be about education, of course. The first speaker, the founder of the education platform Foxino, Aneta Klimová. Good afternoon, I'm Aneta Klimová. In Foxino, we focus on personalized education of children, education of foreign languages in a personalized form. So before I tell you what Foxino does and what are our outcomes in testing, I'll tell you what we believe in. Each student has a unique talent which needs to be discovered. This education doesn't work like that, and sometimes the talented students cannot really develop their talents, and the other students feel even worse after each lesson. So, the teaching work is very complicated, and children very often don't pay attention, they are not concentrated. Teachers get to the classroom at the last moment, which is very stressful for them. I will show you an example. I know this is after lunch, this is an education conference. Now just imagine that you are not listeners and you should teach English in the 3rd grade. So what will you expect? There is Philip, who is a dyslexic, Jana, who is an autistic child, Peter, Emma. They are mediocre students. And also there is Oliver. Oliver is visually impaired, 80%. Then there is Martin, who is bilingual. His dad is an American, so he probably speaks English better than you do as an English teacher. The question is, so how do you really entertain this classroom so that each pupil really learns something? So that's what makes the work of the teacher very complicated. Here are some data from the European Union, in which teacher spends 8 hours by administrative work, 10 to 15 hours by getting ready for the lesson. In Foxino, we are building an instrument that should help pupils and teachers, because we believe each student should be taught in an individualized form. So we create a digital copy of a student. We measure the speed, also the disorders, the copy of memory and learning. And this copy is related to the content. So in English, we have Oxford textbooks, and each student can follow the individual style, the learning curve, and also in a playful way, because school should be entertaining. So each student has some disorders. There are dyslexics, a high percentage, and dyslexics need a different approach than ordinary students. And students, like visually impaired students, so the system forgets them. How does Foxino work? The students have a simple application. They do homework, personalized learning. They have their personal tutor who explains the subject matter, not like a textbook, but it's all tailor-made. It's all tailored to the needs of the student. Here you can see a classroom. That's where we are testing it. Each student has the chit-chat textbook on the tablet, and they enjoy it. This application is linked to the teacher's application, so that teachers have time to teach. And the teachers don't have that much time to get ready for the lesson. It shouldn't be those who just walk in tired, but they should look forward to the lesson. The teacher should be the enabler for the kids and not waste time on administrative work. How does it work? Very simply. So we have the content from the textbook, and the teacher can click on games, homeworks, tests. This is the games. And the kids learn by having games on tablets. And there are many applications. But this one means that the teacher knows if there's something wrong. The teacher can generate a game that again is tailored to the needs of the child. So this is very simple. At the end of the lesson, the teacher has a monitor and can see a survey of the outcomes of the pupils. They can also generate the evaluation, which is variable. In Britain, the teacher has to write 80 such evaluations every week. It doesn't have to be done like this by hand when technologies can do it. So the teachers know how this particular class is doing, and they can help the children. At this moment, we were testing Foxino at 2 schools, 2 primary schools, also a school where they have students with disabilities. And after a couple of months, the teacher, as we could see, had more time to get prepared for the lesson. The children enjoy it, and time for preparation gets shorter. So the students say, and now, in fact, we can do our work properly. And that's what should happen. So we take this development seriously. We have experts of pedagogy, linguistics, gaming too, because the teaching, the gaming, and to connect teaching with the gaming so that children really like going to school. We'll get 30 more schools for testing. You can apply, and next year we'll have a commercial solution. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. thank you for demonstrating AI as an assistant. So this was a virtual walk through the method. So there's another topic Tomáš Studeník will open. He came with a new concept that we already spoke about in the previous presentations, how to learn from one's mistakes. So, Tomáš, 10 minutes.
Tak. Kdo ví, jak
Who knows how by Homer starts? What's the first word in that work? It's annoyance, but this real genuine annoyance of Achilles on simply the tragedian of ancient Greek. And all the European culture starts with this annoyance. How we all forgot that in 1921, more than 100 years ago, the Aruer is by Čapek was premiered. They had actually invented the word, or coined the word robot. And they have opened or started, launched the chapter of technologies of the new era, which nowadays is a common thing, everyday things. And when I feel, so to say, ignorant to these technologies like AI, which our children will take for granted because it will change not only the way of education, but communication, the way of life, involvement of brain or using our brain. But I think that the first word it all began with was robot. And in 1921, nobody, I mean, neither the ministries, nor the government, nor private businesses actually chanted the history of both Josef and Karel Čapek, who started that period, or who launched it, or ushered that in. Had it not been for the failure or this fuck up, there would be no continuation. I brought together playwrights, technology agency, artists, actors, and when in 2021, during this COVID, we staged the first play that was written by AI, and that was performed by actors in Schwandauer Theatre. And that was the world premiere. More than 30,000 viewers actually followed that. And actually, Čapek's legacy lives throughout the world nowadays, in the States and everywhere all over the world. And you can see how such a failure makes you to feel fucked up or annoyed, simply upset, and do things which otherwise wouldn't have been developed or wouldn't exist. Ever since 2014, I focus on fuck-ups of failures, and I have had more than 500 cases, simply lessons shared by artists, sportsmen or athletes, etc. So I'm an expert when it comes to fuck-ups or flops, simply. And the well of these stories is not a well or plethora of losers, actually, not. On the very contrary, those who are courageous to admit they failed in something and ready to share, those are usually highly performing and doing well people. Except for two who had already died, these are stories that at the time when they performed in Lucerne, they lost everything, and in 3 years' time they had, I don't know, their startups value were 3 billion altogether. So, and each and every one of us is well aware of the failures or flops or unsuccesses which in your life, but you don't usually share it in the public. That means you don't disclose it to everybody, because then you expose your most vulnerable, so to say, part. It's nothing pleasant. But this is a bond. It creates a bond or link or rapport, which cannot be ever overridden by anything else. When you admit something you are not good at, well, that's a way to open a dialogue. Daniel Bennett, one of my favorite philosophers, says that only when you fail, when you make a mistake, your brains or intelligentsia actually does come into play. Because by encountering obstacles which we cannot overcome makes us think and reflect. And it says that you should actively seek mistakes which once made will actually empower you. So those who do not err are not intelligent. Amy Edmondson from Harvard is a lady I had the opportunity of meeting the other day. I've got 3 books, 3 actually copies, so those interested can get it from me. But she has written a book, Right the Kind of Wrong. And Edmondson, and that's something we might, so to say, also take home as a lesson, take away. So she distinguishes the stupid and the intelligent failures or mistakes or errors or whatever. Do you have any ideas? Brainstorm. Let's brainstorm. Yes, for instance. I don't know what they said because it's not on a mic. So it's frequently something that could follow a recipe. Everyone knows it's not reasonable to believe you will win in football pools or something, or lottery, or if you forget to add olive oil into a pizza. A stupid mistake is when you have a recipe, but you don't follow it properly. You write someone an email and you then send it to the wrong addressee. Simply you were inattentive, you didn't concentrate, and you made a stupid mistake. But then you have smart or intelligent mistakes which should be actively supported. Professor Edmondson considers those mistakes to be the mistakes we make when getting into the unknown, when the world is full of AI, full of high-tech or new techs, things that nobody actually fully understands. And there are no recipes, no regulations, no rules, no maps of this new landscape or world of AI, for instance. And it's natural that all of us will make mistakes, but you make more mistakes if you dare go for it. And if we punish kids and keep telling them avoid making mistakes, well, then they will be reluctant, cautious individuals who will not actually try to get involved in new projects or activities. No, mistakes, to have the courage or the guts to make a mistake is all right. And a novel written by my friend Peter Stanchin, who was awarded Magnesia for a novel, Magnesia Award, for a novel. Well, he had this plan to open or build a startup with unicorns, and he would then brush or cut their horns and would then sell this powder because it's considered in certain areas of the world to be aphrodisiac or simply potency strengthening stuff. So he thought he would do that, but then he realized there were obstacles or restrictions by regulation, because you can't actually just file or brush the horns off or the powder off and then sell it. But he, thanks to this unicorn, it helped him with the introductory chapter of the Noceros. That means even if you make a mistake, you come across or you learn new ideas and topics which you would otherwise never ever think of and discover. Generate a picture of happy Czech children who are not afraid to make mistakes. Well, this should be the picture you will see all around in your classroom, those self-confident kids who do make those intelligent or smart mistakes, not the stupid ones. And they are not afraid to err or to make mistakes, because only thanks to that or through that they can advance and progress. We have to explore the new world, just like more than 100 years ago, both the Čapek brothers clearly, clairvoyantly said that you can't just sit idle and do nothing. Thank you for paying attention to me. Hopefully we'll all contribute to those desired things. I've got the 3 copies here. I don't know. I don't think we have time for questions, but after this block, you sure can approach me and pick one of these books. Thank you. And let's not be afraid of intelligent mistakes.
I'd like to thank Tomáš for the encouragement. I'm sure we'll all remember it during the workshop. And we have the last quick presentation by the Vice Dean and also the Advisor Minister of Education, Bob Kartos. Thank you very much. We don't have time. Yes, we should already have the workshop, and we don't even have time for any progress education. I have tried in the books No Future and Future On to analyze where we are. So it's we are a steam engine and we are taking the children to the future, but we should replace this steam engine. So what we are discussing is true, but I was wondering when listening to some of this, I heard this 15 years ago. Has anything changed? Do we have better headmasters in schools? Well, we simply don't have time. Why? I don't have time to explain everything. I try to analyze in the book. If you want, read it. What you see is this figure which is going against time. Zygmunt Bauman, the Polish sociologist, at the end of his life, wrote an excellent book, Retrotopia, and he demonstrated that the speed of development caused by accelerated technologies, which is reflected in our socio-cultural life, causes that many people don't feel comfortable in this speed, and they try to push against the time and behave in a retro-utopian way. That means, according to Bauman, And when we think that in the past there was a golden age, we can go back to, and then we'll solve the present day and future problems. And he says it's utopia. I think it's just stupid. It doesn't work. But it's happening. And it's happening very intensely in education, where you can hear the children are different. There were some better children, more disciplined. They really obeyed, they learned better. Maybe subjectively it can be true, but the world has changed, and to say the world used to be better doesn't mean we'll have a solution for today. Maybe we should think about what is the essence of the retro-utopian approach. Tomáš mentioned Achilles. Some of you, I'm sure, know Zenon's metaphor about Achilles and the turtle. Zenon was a Greek philosopher thinking of mathematical paradoxes. And also Achilles is the fastest athlete. He cannot really catch the turtle because he has to respond to these micro movements of the turtle. That's a perfect metaphor for the present day. Achilles, that's the technological progress, the acceleration heading for where we don't know what outcomes it will bring. When we speak about technologies, we'll find out that there are two camps, techno-optimists who want to prevent the impact, and the others. Now you can see who is winning. Techno-optimists, because technologies are in the hands of investment capital, which doesn't want to really wait, because the investments must also be appreciated. And the turtle is an institution. It can be the school, education, social system. And the turtle moves at its own rate. That means that Achilles can be ignored. So we can see it in many educational institutions. Check skill inspection carried out an analysis. Many schools during the pandemic could not assure even the basics of education at the time when everyone has the internet. That means that the turtle can ignore Achilles, but it can only last for a moment, because we have a problem. That if the turtle ignores Achilles for a long time, we can say, why do we have the institutions? Aneta presented Foxino, which demonstrates what will happen in education. Similar projects that will enable most parents, those who have the biggest reach, to say, if I have Foxino or a similar project, why should children go to school? Foxino will teach the children English much better than a teacher, because individualized teaching is better. So why should my child go to school? That will be the end of this turtle, or tortoise rather. So when we say the scenario will lead to changes in legislation and there will be no mandatory schooling, that might be disintegration. And the education system will have two parallel systems, when the well-off or privileged people will educate their children behind a wall, and the public system will be there just for those who don't have the money. So the speed of development and how we model our life in the digital reality leads to the fact that we don't understand each other anymore. If you are 70 today, you see the world differently than someone who is 15. When 13-year-old boys will speak about Minecraft, a person of 70 will not understand that. They will hate all the things. So you will not understand them at all. This doesn't concern just games, but the overall customization of the world. And if we don't understand each other, then it's a big problem to understand each other on the value scale. So this is just a fragment from my 2 books. After 15 years of following what's going on, when we are able to improve things in the system, I've come to the conclusion when speaking about the former system, then leadership works as one of the few functional ways how to break the vicious circle. We had 3 panelists here, the headmasters, this morning, and they could speak about how things can be changed, but the changes must be strategic. I could follow what Jitka did at a secondary school, and I'm very glad my son chose a school where she was. I can see Jesi Starek, another model headmaster. So this is the way to take. We cannot just change an ensemble of 160 teachers. Not all of them are amazing. No, let's be honest. It will be much easier to change the management of schools. And Jitka, Marie, Pavel, they work with the people they have at the school, but still they can make changes in the medium time. So if we had a different leadership in Czech regional education, we could change a lot in quite a short time. And in the book Future On, I also write about schools of non-formal education. When we speak about information literacy, there are many pilot-tested projects, and they can pass on the skills much better than teachers who are still trying to become good teachers. So there's no time, so much from me. Future On is available not here. I'm not so good at marketing, but of course you can get the book online. Thank you very much. Another reading tip. Institutions have been mentioned, and institutions, that's people. So, and I hope that our National Institute, where I am, we don't ignore technology and progress. And we have Ivana Bemova, who will tell us about AI. Ivana.
Well, I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the invitation. I'm truly happy to be here and speak on behalf of National Educational Institute NEI. It is always a challenge to speak at 3:00 p.m. when all the substantial and relevant ideas have been shared, but I shall follow up and talk about how we respond to these great ideas in the sphere of AI and the latest developments. In 15 minutes, I'll dash through our approach to this topic and not only highlight or present these ideas, but specific activities or what we simply do. Ivana Bemova is my name, and in the NPI or NEI, I'm in charge of coordinating the AI and content, AI content. Well, thanks to the National Recovery Plan, we can implement projects fully devoted to this topic. And the goal or mission is to support digital competencies in schooling or teaching and learning, and to actually introduce new approach to informatics in line with the needs of the 21st century, and all that with respect to all the dynamic things or dynamics of this current era. Before I start talking about it, I want to introduce my granny. I am of educational or teacher background. She also was a teacher at the vocational school. She, at her times, she sort of hacked the system, I dare say. When I asked her, how come you managed to cope with all those pubescent teenagers? Well, I said, they did like me because I allow them to have all those prompts and cribs. And what was behind it? Well, she simply approached this tool of cheating and deceiving, actually, and turned it into positive sort of concept. She was a leader. This leadership she kind of showed in order to tap or exploit things for meeting the goals of instruction or schooling. And now let's get back to this year, 2024. The most frequent worry or fear of teacher is, what if, thanks to by AI, the students or pupils will cheat? And it's not that far from reality, because many people and many pupils actually, prevailing part, this alpha generation and that generation is not going to wait for us to decide which tools are safe, which are not, or before we sort of outline a moral approach to it. They will simply try and test it. How are the teachers doing? What's their position? Well, last year in October, we found out there was a survey. 9% of teachers only use AI in teaching in schooling. And only recently, STEM conducted a survey together with Negrachni, don't fail, where they interviewed that generation about their perception of schooling. What sort of feelings do you have at school? How do you feel in the classroom? Yeah, they were looking forward, according to the answers, to being at schools, but they were not happy and satisfied with the content. And 70%, 70, is still delivered in a frontal, that means whole class presentation way. And what they lacked were discussion classes, which they considered the students most beneficial. 30% roughly said, or 34 came across teachers who discouraged them from using the AI tools. And I'm sharing these figures to illustrate how conservative the group of teachers is, or traditional, simply proceed from traditional approaches. It's not always the case, though, because many schools try to actually tap or use digital technologies and introduce digital tools. But new things can't be done in the old way. In many schools, therefore, you have to support the target group in this spirit, and to that end, how to achieve that? Well, we focus on that with our expert groups, and hand on heart, this era and the good use of digital technologies is something we have to explore. And now Martin Hartler's quote, I will quote, 90% of scientists of all times live in the country era, and technology development or technical development is so fast that you can't keep pace with it. It's beyond us simply to adapt to everything. And the teachers are faced with a major challenge to prepare the students or graduates to jobs or professions which we are as yet unaware of existing. Simply, we don't even know what sort of profession those will be. And our colleague from Brdečka published a paper, a book, where he calls the pedagogy of precarity. And the teacher who cannot teach more than a machine should be replaced and shall be replaced. That's a quotation from his book. And back to my granny and to well-being and leadership. Well-being now has become, or is becoming digital well-being, and educational well-being is becoming educational leadership. So how should we perceive that, or how to approach it? We have got multiple definitions. I could share several ones, but I believe it is the ability to use digital technologies in order to implement or achieve your visions and goals in a way that is beneficial, secure, or safe, and that is to the benefit of us all. Who should learn this? Who should be or become the leader? The headmasters, or for the staff, or the teachers for the students, or the students themselves, or is it you? That means the people, public or civil servants, who can in one way or another influence that. Well, this is a rhetoric question. I believe that it's all of us. Each and every one of us can or should, in a leadership-like manner, tap the army of assistants, experts, tools that we have in the form of technology, gadgets. And what are we doing to that end? I've got 5 areas. I can hardly cover it all in 15 minutes, so this is just a highlight. So we have to help the teachers familiarize themselves with this topic. Last year, we published some recommendations or guidelines how to approach or cope with AI. First, you have to simply become aware and accept the AI and use its potential to study, to communicate, to be trained. But once this was published, we came across a number of other questions, additional questions. I'm not going to read it all. There were far too many. And that was why we got together with a group of other experts, and we have compiled a material with frequently asked questions, 20 frequently asked questions. Those were very specific, particular, and we have published, as I've said, the 20 FAQs on AI. We did our best to explain that in an acceptable, comprehensible, and digestive manner. We covered law or legal, AI as an teacher assistant, etc. The number 2 era is education. Or training. So we held more than 300 webinars. Then in staff rooms or at regional offices, we also held trainings, and we have more than 12,000 views of Digiday on the AI topic, with the views and explanations of knowledgeable experts. Since here we talk about formal and non-formal, or combination of those two aspects, I will sum up as to what sort of a message we want to convey. We don't want to find ways to prevent or help pupils avoid the AI, I believe, but on the very contrary, to use it or exploit it. My granny would appreciate that. And this slide is the top 10 skills. Currently, according to World Economic Forum and the Future Jobs report they publish, you can see that leadership and social influence ranks 9th, but you have empathy, you have technological literacy, skills, inquisitiveness, motivation, self-awareness, curiosity, and life learning. Well, just empathy, resilience, flexibility, and agility, as well as creative thinking and analytical thinking. All that is what we should imbue in the pupils. And that's all covered in the revised education framework program. We cooperate with lots of entities. I apologize to those whose names are not on the screen. We know we can't do it on our own. We need partners in order to convey this content to as many groups and as many teachers as possible. Then education of leaders or leader education. We have a program for school masters, headmasters, I mean. We've been developing an independent module that will focus on how leaders can tap digital technologies in their work. That means the leaders equal headmasters, and last but not least, we need to self-study or educate ourselves further in order to be able to share with others. And we are pretty successful in this, thanks to National Educational Institute, because we, within Teams, we set up a platform under Teams where our employees can attend self-study forms of courses. We have sandboxes or small teams trying and testing AI and then evaluating its benefit and future use. In order to be able to do all that, we have adopted some internal rules or principles that we follow, observe in our activity as well. Well, takeaways, so lessons learned, 3 major summaries or conclusions. AI and digital technologies development simply affects everyone, concerns everyone, not only teachers, not only individual groups, not only one team of people in NPI, but it actually does concern everybody, and it will continue to do so in the future as well. All the topics that schools are concerned with. So one training is not enough. One training course, you have to adopt a strategy and a long-term vision, since this field is changing every day. So there will be an ongoing, never-ending need of education and training. And the third conclusion is about cooperation, the need for cooperation. We have to pull together strengths and energy, work on the measures together, and be interested in the inputs of experts. We can draw inspiration from private businesses. We'll have a workshop, and at each and every presentation, there has to be an end in the form of call to action. So, and you can pick the call to action you wish to take away today. And the very, very last one slide. This is a quotation dating back to the 1970s from the Future Shock book. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who can't read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I guess this captures it all. So enjoy the workshop now, and that's it. We can't hear the video now.
Ale ten příběh o tahácích, ten je
generated by AI, but the prompt was real. I wish you all to cope with the world, developing world, in peace of mind and relax. Thank you.
Tak já moc.
Thank you very much. My optimism has grown. So, we have heard about AI education. I'd like to thank for the presentation, and we are looking forward to the workshop. And Daria Vizdalová should introduce it, but because she is not well, she'll be online. Daria, can you hear us? Hello? Okay. Thank you. Don't worry. There will be the interactive workshop. I'll just have a virtual introduction. My name is Daria Vizdalová. Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope you are not too tired. This morning I was not in the FutureEdu lab or in London, where I work in a non-profit AI skills and learning organization, but at the Pardubice, I was at the Pardubice hospital. So I'm glad that modern technologies are so helpful. So leadership and AI is the topic. I have been active in AI for 8-9 years. And I worked for business on many business projects, and AI requiring a strong vision and leadership. And in the last 2 years, I'm focusing on education, which is the key sphere where AI can be used. As you can expect, Czech is not my mother tongue, but numbers and data is something I know, so I would like to share with you what we know about how AI is used in the professional and know-how environment, what we can expect. Leadership in education both prepares us for the future, and a leader in this environment should think of how we can assure that students and future generations will be ready to use new technologies. Although the technology is so fast as AI, well, we can try to influence it by legislation, feedback, but only to a certain extent. We should define the expectations and mindsets for this technology. So, if the scenario we can see here, I would think it's a big failure in education leadership. Although we have to prepare a new generation for these challenges, and AI will definitely help us to use human creativity, and leaders in education must be ahead and not to think just of practical applications, but also of the labor market. So, however, I think, I'm sorry I cannot be with you, I'm sure. There is quite a concentration of leaders. On the other hand, as for today's leaders, not so many novel, interesting things are happening in AI. It was several years ago. GPT, for example, then can be used. You don't have to do the programming and so on. While today, after a few years, when we have the technology, we can see that some of our colleagues, for example, use AI for generating pictures, writing essays, and so on. And of course, it can be detected in this transcription. But is there a reason really to get immersed in AI? We think it's rather nice, but it can also be very tiresome to follow all the AI news. So there is a strategy. Let's wait for a moment. It is true to a certain extent, but thanks to Microsoft, which is the chief investor in AI, Microsoft was the first one to integrate GPT in its tools. Then we have these internal data about how the tools are used, and every seventh person doing knowledge work uses, in fact, AI. So these data tell us that the trend is really an upward trend. This is a trend that we cannot ignore, because we see how it changes the labor market. It's not just isolated ways in education that are linked to AI. There is also a traditional way of thinking. So it's all interconnected. Also, we know that many people use the tools. So for the leaders, it is quite natural to take a break and to think of a strategic documentation, manuals or a policy of what's going on. And many leaders expect, many people just want to wait, and what is not explicitly allowed is forbidden. But this is a gray zone. It doesn't work like that. So if you wait for an approval from the top and for getting some special tools, it's not a good way to go. So there is a trend which is in fact called take your or do your own AI. And when you have a training that you do, you can compose your own chat box that helps you to be more efficient. But you are not regulated, and many people don't even know about it. Some respondents say they don't feel comfortable that they use an instrument helping them. But make your own AI. It doesn't concern just the youngest generation. You can see the differences, Generation Z and Boomers. The differences are marginal. So it's a myth to think that the active usage of one's instruments is something concerning just young people. In fact, it happens everywhere, so you should not wait. You should not look for ways of doing things fast and actively. The overall AI usage in education, of course, there is quite a discussion. You could hear it in the previous presentations. We should think of how this process of education should be changed and how we can reflect that many participants have tools working in unexpected ways. We also know that education should be something preparing our students for success in the labor market and for a successful profession. So we can see an interesting trend. There are many leaders who understand how important AI is. That's why they are ready to accept it. And they also prefer to recruit employees who have some AI skills. But we should, of course, define the place of AI in the working process. It should help experienced specialists with the task, but I'm sure we all see that the human expertise, human know-how that you achieve by studying. It's something AI can support, not replace. That's the role of leadership in AI, also in the labor market, to think of the strategy and to communicate the usage of AI so that the perception of the market by students is correct. It doesn't mean you cannot handle AI, so it's bad. There's another myth that people with the enthusiasm for AI, the power users, who come up with solutions and who love using it, they are the most important people who can help you with systematic changes. Without them, it would not be possible. But it doesn't mean that these people, just by being enthusiasts, can help us change the world. Each cycle of technologies has people who are enthusiastic, some are less enthusiastic, but as I said, the development is very fast and complex. The power user can realize that everyone expects that he will know everything that is happening, and the expectation can also be from the leaders who take our users as natural partners. But the partner must work in the best possible conditions and must understand that the AI strategy is also changing. So our users should be encouraged, and we should also know what their characteristics are. In most cases, it's not about being just an enthusiast. The person should get an impulse from the leader to think about AI. So there's a big role of the leader in AI. The area is important, you should know it, and the interest should be encouraged. Of course, there are the tailor-made trainings, but one training is not enough. Definitely, we are not speaking just about an initial training, what AI can do, but in power users, there are also some follow-up trainings focusing on use cases in the given sphere. For example, using the tools in teaching mathematics or languages and so on. But still, one training again is not enough because the skills are dynamic as well. And in a few months, the process can change. It doesn't mean that everything will then be thrown out. It's about power users being aware that the education is a long-term affair. And a one-time training will not kick off changes. Power users mustn't do their work as a voluntary work or overtime. And sometimes in education, that's what happens. And unfortunately, I'll not pretend I have some tips for how this can be done in terms of budget and so on. But the power users can be support it. You should think about it in such a dynamic sphere. This work is rather demanding. So, educational processes are now much different. Let me point out, and we were speaking about the intensity of trainings, 39% of people use AI to work, and only 39% had a training. So 39%, it's much fewer than 75%. So not everyone went through that. And also, let me say that their company didn't offer the training. So it's not about the fact that if the leader of your organization doesn't give you the stimulus to get educated, then people look for information somewhere else. They know it's important, and they know there is a correlation, and that AI can be used in the labor market. So there might be a problem if you are a leader that is not leading the institution to know how about the skills, then that means that everyone thinks what they want. And there can be a kind of bias. So this expert work can be seen as important, and that's not what we want. It should be communicated, and we want to have the AI strategy defined. Another myth is related to the introduction to the training. We should also have some use cases. And some people think that the recipients, that is enough for recipients, which is not true. But there are so many specific cases. You will try one or two. But I'm sure you have experience with defining a strategy and specific steps that can help your organization to achieve the results. That means that defining a strategic goal and use case, the understanding is really of key importance, and the strategy shouldn't be so broad as just assuring this basic education, because we don't think that AI can handle the entire structure of education, but it must be more tangible. For example, access for students who cannot go to school because they are sick. Then, if you have this technical target, and you can see that your colleagues also understand this, they will look for the right point where it can help. It's always better than just investigate an application to save time. And of course, the leadership skills that can help you. And also the capability of communication, what works, what doesn't work. and the importance of AI for the future of education and for our tasks. So now I would like to give the floor to Michal, who will do the interactive workshop for you. And I will now disconnect, and Michal will speak about how to use AI. Thank you. So now we'll have the practical workshop, which will not be translated, and we'll get back to you for the panel debate.
V příštích vteřinách podaří a potom už se pustí na tu interaktivní část Michal Procházka, který se ujme teď toho workshopu, který už tady byl tolikrát zmíněn. Tak Michale, prosím, je to vaše a doufám, že už uvidíme i váš počítač tady na tom projektoru. Tak, prosím.
Dobrý den, já jsem Michal Procházka, jsem profesionální provokatér. My v rámci business provokace trénujeme opravdu snad všechny tady velký český podniky v leadershipových dovednostech. Já osobně provázím management řady firem, definici jejich inovačních strategií a já sem přicházím jako vetřelec.
Then Ivana Bemova, who has already been with us from the National Education Institute and PI in Czech, and product manager of Lenovo, Rudolf Shiva. And now I will continue talking or further elaborate on what we had a couple of minutes ago. Let's get back to leadership. Well, each and every leader in his work, whether in education or any other walk of life, have to use AI and use it as a tool to further improve or reinforce the leadership skills or knowledge. Will it, as of now, be an omnipresent phenomenon? I don't think it's going to be necessary or it's not going to be a must. But I believe it's good to know how it works, and based on that, look for new ways of exploiting AI in leadership. Ivana, the same question? Well, I guess it is essential for leaders to at least familiarize themselves with AI. That is, to know of potential pros and cons or risks and benefits, and to know what it means if clients, students, pupils, whoever simply uses AI. But whether or not they will use it as a form of support, well, it's their discretion, or it's up to them to decide. I do not think that a leader has to be an expert or have expert knowledge about AI. But if she is a proper leader, then we can get some AI expert, as a member of his team, who could elaborate on what benefits are there in AI. How do you approach, or what sort of attitude do you have to digital literacy, digital skills, and AI with respect to these before mentioned ones? Well, we try to be a role model or to set an example. I don't know whether we are good at it or not, but we are doing our best. I will stay on the ground. In other words, all these terms are noble terms, but from the viewpoint of technology provider, who we are, well, there's been a major shift from AI, at the enterprise level, and you as users. And this is how we've been trying to actually teach you, that is, end users, about the pros of AI. That's what we strive for. Now, get them AI for children. Do you cooperate with schools? Do you work with schools in order for them to use AI as an assistant or something useful simply, rather than a scarecrow that would be driven out or away from the schooling? Mostly it is considered to be some form of support. We work on AI curriculum for primary and secondary school. There will be plenty methodologies, and we talk about digital competencies development and all these subject matters. Therefore, we take a sort of comprehensive view of AI and try to instruct or guide the users in using it. And usually AI evokes emotions. Teachers or educationalists are overloaded with work, overwhelmed. So you have to discuss it with them, to have a chat and explain how it can help them, make their life easier. So we do, yes, in a nutshell, we do support it, or try to support it. We heard here today that in the field of education, there is sort of reluctance or a lack of willingness to change things established. What's your experience? What part of teachers are ready to further, learn about new tax or high tax? Well, I've shared some data in my presentation. The latest data we have, or the latest information, dates back to the autumn of 2023, which is outdated already. But I don't think much has changed, or that there has been radical change. 9% that was reported did work with AI in one way or another. More used AI for their in their personal life, to assist them, and the readiness to learn more about it, well, that was reported by 1/3 of teachers. Well, that's what I was, a willingness to learn more. That's what I was mainly focusing on in my questions. In what way or how or who are these teachers within this 1/3 who show willingness, or rather who are the 2/3 who are not willing, and how to approach them or reach them? So far, mainly teachers of that early adapters type were willing to learn more about AI. They are interested in it, and they don't need the basics. But then there is this fictitious digital abyss, or, the gap. So we should focus mainly on those teachers who have not as yet had any awareness or knowledge, and we try to work with these early adapters and encourage them to share on a peer-to-peer basis with their colleagues. So there are courses supporting digital competencies, and then the attendants or the trainees actually train others. They share with others or distribute it. Do you have any sort of direct line or contact with them? Well, on our website, there are different forms of support courses where the teacher can come or simply log on for online course. He would meet then a teacher practicing it already, and illustrating meaningful ways of using digital technologies in practice. And we help them with these courses. Rodolphe, I don't want to say that it is responsibility, rather opportunity for technology companies or businesses to reach those 2/3 of teachers who are as yet inexperienced when it comes to AI. Or you might become a mediator or middleman or whatever we call it. I simply love to do that. That means to simply introduce new ways of technology's consumption, literally said. But if you have to teach the users to use AI, and we provide them with the toolboxes or a set of tools, hammer or whatever, well, we have to do it in a playful or enjoyable way. And that can be also applied, this common uses idea, in AI context. So it doesn't mean that everyone has to become an AI technologist expert to be able to use them. And if we present it in this way, I'm sure that will work. So that's the way we try to proceed. So the terminal, or simply the gadgets or tools we provide them with, we compare, I believe. In other words, we highlight the benefits which these gadgets or these technologies offer. And whether you understand, whether you have a full or deep understanding or not, it's not the point. The point is whether you can apply it. Those prompt engineers, those who write applications are, of course, experts, but we focus rather on the applicability or exploitability by the end user. Obviously, you are reluctant to agree. Well, with teachers, it's far from being that simple, because don't forget that teachers are to guide the pupils through the world of technologies and make them use them in a secure and safe manner. But do it. In order to be able to do that, they have to get a certain degree of understanding and knowledge. And those of you who had studied teacher training or at the teacher training institute should know that we have to be ahead of the pupils, and we have to have understanding of this or that technology. Sure. My grandparents were both teachers, just like yours, and I've also had I've also been a teacher. And if I learn something from teaching, well, to learn from those whom I teach. And I have to forget this barrier. Perhaps the person I teach knows more than I do. And if I can, I'll pick this person who is an expert in it and give him a chance to lead or to teach the others, and I'll just supervise, you know. In this way, you can effectively transfer the knowledge of AI by someone who is afraid of that or knows nothing, by someone else who is a guide and can guide you through this world in a far more efficient manner. I don't know. Let's try to make life more simple. Let's demystify this AI, and let's say it's not that complex. It's just like when I try to teach my mom or explain to my mom to teach Google on cloud or cloud. She's cloud-based, that is, and she didn't have to fully understand it. The same applies to teachers. They don't have to fully understand it, and yet be able to exploit this AI, in the schooling or teaching process. I'm getting immersed in a bit too profound philosophy, I'm afraid. Well, did you want to say something? Well, I also raised my eyebrows, but I didn't notice that Ivana did that in a far more visible manner. Well, that's the frequently occurring misconception when during the outreach or when we go to local schools, they want to know exactly what it will or how will it make their life easier. And it is dangerous to repeat this viewpoint about the no necessity for those who use it to fully understand it. No. The systems must be bias-free, because it would cause multiple problems for the society. We are then enclosed in bubbles or what. So I have to know at least to a degree how things work in order to be able to use it and teach about it. So we shouldn't say this repeatedly, that you don't have to have a full understanding to be able to use it or teach it. No, I didn't mean it that way. But my mom and Google account, she doesn't have to know what's the data center of Google and what's the minimum latency it works with. But the fact that it is a cloud and that she has to approach the data in a certain manner is a must. I don't want to oversimplify this, but when the world is too complicated, then, and we had many inspirational things here today, but we should simply simplify the overcomplicated world. And that's our goal, I believe, of our corporation, to simply present it to the users in a way that will not discourage them from using it. And they would just know, well, I do understand the necessary amount of it, and I am not afraid of using it. Just like my mom started to use Google Photos. I don't want to do marketing for Google, but this works. A question to you, Emma. When I model such a situation and look at the way AI worked, I don't know, 5 years ago, we have no ChatGPT, we didn't have all that advanced. It was not the major topic on the agenda of conferences, etc. That is 5 years ago. And if in the next 5 years, hypothetically, we have all the teachers well equipped with knowledge or well trained, will it not be outdated again? Because the development will reach other. I don't think I understand your question fully, to be quite frank. But I don't think this is going on at schools. 9% teachers or schools out of 1,000 surveyed reported using AI in one way or another.
So I think that you must look at the AI from the position of the school, how you want to change the evaluation. It's not that I'll generate something during a lesson and say, yes, I use AI. So this change should also be explained. So what does it mean to implement AI in schools? Of course, so to accept technologies to a certain extent and to learn how to use them, to learn to teach them. It's both to introduce them at school, to maybe free the educators because they would have a technology, they use data from the schooling, etc. Will have this instrument, and then we can say, yes, we use this data in our school. We can pass on this know-how to the pupils. So it's rather comprehensive. I agree, and I would add that that's the answer to the question of how situation changes. So it all concerns the basic area of pedagogy, the forms and methods in which we teach in general. So I tried in my presentation to put it across the traditional methods of using the traditional methods we have used will not work in this present-day world. And it's not just about technologies, but we should focus on competencies more than on knowledge, information. And there are also methods which are project-based. So we can see that the higher education schools are changing their approach to bachelorship essays or theses. So when we look abroad, we see there are some specific strategies, so we can choose from them. Yeah, you don't have to invent them anew. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for you. If you have questions, there are many educators, or you can share your experience. We have about 10 minutes. or less than 10 minutes. So please, yes. Okay, fix the mic so that you can be heard on the stream if someone is still following us. Jasista Vlukovic, I'm not an educator, I'm almost 70. This has been a very interesting conference. A lot of information and ideas. So you realize various connections. The experience of the last week shows that last week we didn't know that it would be such a terrible flood. On Wednesday, we got the first pieces of information. It would rain. Now it's Tuesday, and the Czech Republic has handled the flood. This is a conference about the future, but we must also live in the present. So two things. I haven't heard a single idea about when you, the educators, will go back to the schools after the media hype after the flood will be. What are we going to do now when discussing AI and various technologies? And some schools wonder how to handle cell phones in schools. There could be a conflict between teachers and students. And secondly, we all remember how between 2015 and 2020 people were speaking about multiculturalism, and we know what happened. We know what happened in Germany, in France, etc. The whole idea of multiculturalism was then pushed aside, and borders are being closed now. So this is in connection with what is happening to the east of us. We'll have an enormous number of Ukrainians, and we'll have to work on assimilation of Ukrainians, and the families will not want to go back. So I'd like to know whether the primary schools are prepared to include that number of Ukrainian children. Maybe Ivana would like to speak or answer the second question, the preparedness of Czech schools for integrating students from abroad. Well, it's not my area, so I am not an expert on that. But the National Institute of Pedagogy, already at the beginning of the Ukrainian crisis, paid a lot of attention to the support of teachers when, in fact, receiving Ukrainian children, or also there are other children with a different mother tongue and other specific needs, and all this is happening. It would seem that we are only focusing on digital technologies, and that's not true. So we pay attention to that. Okay, so let's go back to leadership and AI and cell phones and schools. So we can observe this in many countries. There has been a regulation. So what's your opinion? In my opinion, in the presentation, I would use the same method. We should not ban cell phones, but there should be rules, and these phones can be used for the goals of the education competencies and to live safely in today's world. Well, cell phones, schools, and I think that thanks to technologies that are available, also data, the prognosis of floods were more accurate than during the last flood. So, and also secondly, about the framework, Ukrainians and cell phones. I would like to quote from a Czech novel when someone says, well, your gun is not loaded. What if a Western imperialist turned up suddenly? So I think Czechs are always able to speak to each other. So if we agree how to use cell phones, and if we approach our students with respect, although we know they can find information there, but we'll say, okay, you can use cell phones, but you should now handle this task. Yes, let's use technology. Well, my personal experience, we are developing an application which will use AI. We do pilot projects at schools, and at schools where the cell phones are not banned, they have had a process of creating rules when the phones can be used. There's no problem. The teacher says, now, put down your phones, and they do it. But schools, they don't have a single or a unified strategy. There it's really problematic. There is a teacher which says, okay, you can pick up your phones wherever you want. And then there are schools that really prohibit the use of phones. I remember how 4 times I told the kids, put the phones down, and they still kept checking the phones. So a ban is rather problematic. But I understand why some schools do it. They just cannot handle it. And the children with notifications and so on, they just want to check the phones. And we want to, help the digital technologies. So the kids should have their own devices. There's no easy answer to that. Let me go back to how we learn. And the research is also focused on mobile phones. When I looked at the reports, they asked students when they use the phone and why. So the motivation was they were bored. That the lesson was not meaningful or interesting enough. And it's also the frontal presentation of the subject by the teacher. That's what I did here as well. So you take out your mobile phone when you are not entertained enough. One more question. Again, about mobile phones used by pupils or students at universities. How can you use AI? Some very simple tips, what you do during your workshops. How can AI be used very simply with some available tools, so that when we go teaching again, we can try them out? You can look at our Q code, and we also had a meeting with teachers, and we discussed AI assistants. That was a great idea. They had an assistant for the graduation exam, and it worked very nicely. So we have other tips which you can find in our methodology materials for the AI curriculum. So that's specific. Curriculum.gedem.in. So we have quite a lot of ideas there. One brief example, 20 seconds. So, for example, write an essay on Shakespeare. You can have a task. You can prompt the GPT assistant, and the assistant will talk to children like Shakespeare. And the kids can find information and share information about what William Shakespeare told them. So the role plays also offer quite a lot of opportunities in Czech or other languages, or for example an exercise in English when you can repeat the vocabulary, the picture, the narrated with as many words as the children should learn. So that's examples. Eva also has an example. For example, ChatGPT just prompted to me. The prompt is, I am a child, you are an extraterrestrial. Ask me anything and I'll try to explain it and you'll give me a feedback. So it's rather complicated to explain some simple things, and children learn to think. I'll test it during my lessons. And don't be afraid to test it, because by your prompt, by your question, no matter what it is, you will not really break up the world order and do some interesting prompting. AI can also invent things. So I have a question, think something about the music career of a singer or musician. I'll try, ask an interesting question. Thank you all very much for this talk. Ivana Časová, Ivana Bémová, Rudolf Šída. Thank you.
No a my už jdeme do finále.
Well, now finishing straight off work, I'd like to ask Margareta to conclude or sum up and share with us the takeaways or lessons learned. Well, I hope that each and every one will take away something useful, beneficial, new friends or contacts, since networking has been going on and will continue, which is an added value of each and every such event. And I do hope you will keep in touch with us. There's a link to that wonderful applications, which unfortunately we couldn't try and test, have a hands-on experience, but I'm sure you have learned something that will improve your leadership skills and make you better leaders. Thank you for being with us, being interactive, and then you will get, we will have on the screen the credentials or the data for logging on. I wish to thank Lucia Samohilova for great organization, and thanks to partners, Dům zahraniční spolupráce, PricewaterhouseCoopers, I don't know, National Educational Institute, British Embassy, Aspen Institute, Edu Review, etc., and others. We are really delighted to have such wonderful partners each and every year, and I'm sure there is a lot to be looking forward to during the next year's conference or event. Thank you and see you.